2991, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Partisan Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Crane, who's here on behalf of APNP. Mr. Anderson, Agent Crane, I need to swear both of you in. If I could have you each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Anderson, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
He actually met with Mr. Brummer.
Oh, okay. You met with an attorney in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you feel comfortable with Ms. Conyers as your representation today?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. All right, looks like we were last here almost a year ago, January 17th. There were criminal charges pending against Mr. Anderson. Looks like those were unrelated to the allegations. So the board still held the matter. There was another matter, a different case that was related to the allegations. All of those have been resolved. Looks like Mr. Anderson was acquitted in the 2 counts of aggravated assault and burglary of a dwelling. Then they pled no contest to interference with the arresting officer and was found guilty of failed to stop or respond to command of police. So with all of that, looks like all the prison sentence or sentenced him to 180 days, 364 days in jail. So all of those have been handled. So with that, we have 10 allegations. How are we handling those allegations today, Ms. Conyers? No, we've lost you're muted.
Just mute, not system. He will
Yes,
admit
thank
to 1 through 5, and it looks like what he pled to was 7 and I'm sorry, 6 and 7, and we are seeking to dismiss 8 through 10. As they, I believe, were dismissed for plea in exchange for the pleas to what appears to be 6 and 7.
All right. That's what I show. So 6 and 7 were the 2 different cases, but those were the 2 that were guilty or pled guilty or no contest.
Yes, and I think I also need to amend number 7. I actually think he pled guilty to a Class A attempting to evade
That's correct.
instead of the 3rd-degree felony. So if we can amend number 7, and with that, he would admit to it.
All right, so it was attempting to evade a Class A. All right, Agent Crane, any issues with the motion to amend allegation 7 to attempting to evade?
No.
All right, and then any response to the motion to dismiss allegations 8, 9, and 10?
No. I'm learning he was acquitted, so that sounds perfectly appropriate.
All right. Let me just make note of that. All right, so what I have is admissions to allegations 1 through 7, with 7 being amended, denials to 8, 9, and 10, and a stipulated motion to dismiss. Is that accurate, Ms. Conyers?
That's correct. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Anderson, before I accept your admissions, I need to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require APNP to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing would look like a trial where APNP has to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they have alleged. At that hearing, you'd be able to defend yourself through an attorney that would be appointed to you at no cost to you. You'd be able to cross-examine APNP's witnesses as well as to call any of your own and or to produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right, excuse me, to remain silent with respect to allegations of criminal conduct, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Mr. Anderson, do you understand these rights?
I do.
All right. Do you understand that by entering these admissions, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
I do.
Very good. I'll accept the admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. I will take judicial notice of the convictions in the case ending at 2367 and 3128 as amended. And through all of that, we will revoke your prior parole dates. So Mr. Anderson, I'm going to have a brief conversation with your attorney and then with Agent Crane, and then you and I will have a conversation, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any additional information or recommendation?
Yes, we are asking for his immediate release and another attempt at parole. This was his second attempt at parole, and he's been in custody, as we discussed earlier, for quite some time, over a year. So he is asking for release and parole. He has some solid plans. It sounds like he plans to get a CDL. He also has other employment opportunities, including working at a family farm. As he's while he's been in custody, he's been making really good use of his time with multiple trade certificates, including HVAC, plumbing, electric. So he really wants to work, and it sounds like working will help him stabilize and be successful with parole. So that's his request.
Okay. All right, Agent Crane, any recommendation from AP&P?
Well, I learned about this hearing yesterday, and so I read up on it this morning, and it looks like he went into prison in November, so he's paid a price in the sense for what he's admitted to today, and it seems like, given the acquittals of the more serious allegations, that a year in prison would be an adequate penalty for the admissions that the allegations he's admitted to today. So AP&P is comfortable with immediate release if you are.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Anderson, now's our opportunity to have a conversation. So talk to me about this parole attempt. Looks like you paroled in March of 2023. You were out for a little bit. You did abscond. Yeah, absconded and you're absconded. Was it in July? Is that what I'm seeing? Or August? There we are. So tell me about what was going on in parole and where things went poorly for you.
I believe I put all my eggs in one basket when I first got out. I tried to get a warehouse job, and I would just, when I didn't get it, I just kind of went off the deep end. And I was staying with my father, and we just kind of didn't get along. Well, not kind of, we didn't. So I just kind of was, I took off from there and was driving from Tremont into Ogden, and I just gave up on that one, Your Honor, sir. I got no excuse. I didn't do it correctly, that's for sure.
Okay. So tell me what it looked like when you gave up. What did that look like?
I started getting high.
What did you get high on?
Meth. That's my drug of choice.
Okay. And how are you using? Were you smoking, injecting?
I started smoking it, and then, yeah, I was back to injecting it within pretty quick. Lying to my parole officer and trying to hide everything.
And what did your drug use look like? Were you using every day?
Yeah. I picked right back up where I left off, it seems like, unfortunately. And my PO bent over backwards trying to help me, and I would never admit that I was using, and it was all my fault for sure. AP&P was definitely there to help me.
Okay. So tell me about the interference with the officer. Or the attempt to evade. The attempt to evade.
I was asleep on the bed I didn't hear them calling my name when they came in the house. And then when I opened my eyes, they were at the door, and then they just flipped me over, and it's all really a blur. I don't know. That's why I pled no contest to it, because they said I did it, and I don't remember anything except opening my eyes and seeing 5 cops at the door. So I just pled no contest, because I mean, they're not gonna just make stuff up.
Okay. So when you were absconded, where did you go? Were you just wherever the wind took you, or did you have some place in particular you ended up?
No, I was in my truck, staying in my truck, just running amok from Tree Mountain to Salt Lake. And then my truck broke down in Salt Lake, and yeah, I was in my truck.
Okay. All right. Right. So those were. So the report I'm reading is, as far as the attempt to evade involved you fleeing by vehicle. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, tell me what was going on there.
I borrowed my truck out that night, and so it was either tell on them or take the charge. And as you know, being in prison, being a rat it's not a good thing.
So you're indicating that you were not the one driving the truck at the time?
No, I was not.
Evaded, please. Okay. Tell me about, so I show 3 write-ups, all for substance use issues there in the prison.
For hooch.
What's going on there?
It sells.
So, I'm sorry, say that again.
I was selling it, just brewing it and selling it. People will pay you just to hold on to it. I'm not a fan of drinking, but it's yeah.
Okay. How's your mental health? Do you have any mental health diagnoses, any troubles? You being treated for anything?
No, sir, no, I'm not being treated for anything.
Have you been diagnosed with something in the past?
Drug-induced schizophrenia.
Okay. And so that no treatment ongoing right now. If you're drug free, then you're schizophrenia free. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, sir. That's exactly correct.
And then how about your physical health? Anything that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No, sir.
And what is your plan if the board grants another release? Where would you go?
Back to Tree Mountain. I'm not for sure if it's to my father's house or we got some land out in Bothwell that we're gonna build on.
You say
And
we, who's we?
Me and my brothers,
Okay,
my oldest brother, he's building a house out there, and that was my plan on the last parole, but I couldn't get it together to long enough to, or I couldn't even get employed to help with that.
all right. And then your attorney mentioned some of your plans for work. What about treatment?
Yeah, I'm sure I'd have to go to Brigham But yeah, no, that's one of the plans is just to get my CDL and drive and go to classes and so I can get off of parole.
All right, well, you've answered all of my questions. Is there anything we haven't talked about today that you wanted to discuss?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Well, we'll proceed as we have in the past. I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make a final decision. Once they've reached their decision, they'll post it online and they'll send you a letter in the mail. So if you're in communication with people on the outside, they can look it up for you online. Otherwise, just wait for that letter to arrive. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you.
Thanks for filling in, Agent Crane. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Levi Wardle. Mr. Wardle, your offender number is 216599. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. She's a colleague of Mr. Bremer, with whom you probably met on Monday. And then we have Agent Miller here from APMP. Mr. Wardle, Agent Miller, I need to swear both of you in. If I could have you each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great, thank you. Mr. Wardle, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
And then did you have a chance to meet with an attorney in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you feel comfortable with Ms. Conyers as your representation today?
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right. Looks like Mr. Wardle has pled guilty to 2 Class B misdemeanors in case ending in 1662. I do show that there is an outstanding Class B retail theft and case ending in 0747. I don't show that any of those are related to the allegations, however. So with that, there are 3 allegations against Mr. Wardle. Ms. Conyers, how are we handling those allegations today?
Yeah, so he's going to admit all 3 allegations.
All right, and I don't see any issues proceeding with the hearing today because that retail theft is only a Class B, so there's no way it'll end up in board jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like APP requested a warrant when the incident occurred. The board denied the warrant and ordered Mr. Wardle into the PVP. So the board's already handled it as far as I'm concerned. So, all right. All right, so Mr. Wardle, before I accept your admissions to these allegations, I need to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require APP to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That evidentiary hearing looks like a trial where APP has to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole. After they've put on their evidence, you would have a chance to defend yourself by cross-examining their witnesses through an attorney appointed to you at no cost to you. You would also be able to call your own witnesses and or produce any exhibits you found necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Wardle?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll accept the admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. I'll take judicial notice, pardon me. excuse me, I'll take judicial notice of the guilty pleas in case ending in 1662 and then the pending case in 0747. But with all that, we'll revoke your prior parole date. So Mr. Ward, I'm going to talk to your attorney for a minute, and then Agent Miller, then you and I will have a conversation, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any additional information and or recommendation?
Our recommendation, this was his fourth attempt at parole. We are asking for 180 days with credit for the almost 3 months that he's already served and ask for another attempt at parole. Basically, it sounds like he had a relapse and he did text his PO, but he knows that he should have gone in instead of failing to report an absconding. It does sound like he has some things lined up. He has an address and his wife is helping him. So he should be able to, that should help him with the transition. He also is very employable. He is part of the union, so he should be able to get work as soon as he gets out. So it sounds like he has some good plans. And that's our recommendation.
Okay, thank you. All right, Agent Miller, any recommendation?
Yeah, APMP does agree with the 180 days. Also, I don't think at this point in time, Mr. Wardle needs a halfway house. I think it would be okay for him to parole back to the address that he was at. APMP would just ask that Mr. Wardle be enrolled in treatment as soon as he hits the streets. So getting something going and actively participating and attending treatment will more than likely be kind of the key to whether or not Mr. Wardle stays clean and sober and remains out of custody.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Wardle, now's our opportunity to speak. So it looks like paroled, you're on parole for about 7 months. What was going on during those 7 months?
I experienced some family issues with my daughter's mom. She started trying to dangle my daughter in front of my face and kind of use her as a bargaining chip with me. And I just got real frustrated and kind of just went back to what I knew. Like it started with a relapse and then it just spiraled downwards from there. As they've stated, I'm still a part of the union. My wife's in contact with my boss. He said that he'll get me working as soon as I get out. If I was able to figure out how to get in touch with like so I've been kind of considering the Other Side Academy even, man, just because I know I need the help, but I just don't have any resources in getting in touch with them. But that would be something that I would be that I would be willing to do also, you know what I mean? Just because I do want to stay out. I'm tired of coming in and out of here. It's just something always happens and I just end up relapsing and it just goes from there and it just ends up all bad for me.
So let's talk briefly about how things were going before you had these troubles with your daughter's mother. What was going on that was positive when you're out on parole?
So I was working. When I first got out, I started out with just like a manual labor, pretty much grunt job, and then I ended up getting hired on for the union. I was doing welding. I was a welder for the union, iron worker. I was making advances there, got my welding certs, and so I was advancing like as far as like career wise, and I was being a positive role model in my daughter's life. I had my daughter pretty much every weekend.
Okay. So then you had these issues with her mother and your relapse. Tell me what that looked like. What did you start using? How often were you using? How were you using?
My first relapse so my DLC is methamphetamine. So my first relapse I used once and I kind of straightened myself back out after that one relapse. I used one time and then by the end of the weekend, I kind of had my head back on right. And then as far as as the month progressed, my daughter's mom kept playing games with me and kept pretty much trying to belittle me And then I started relapsing again, and it turned into multiple uses, and it just went from multiple uses to using every day.
Okay. And how were you using? Were you smoking? Were you injecting?
I was smoking.
Right. So that time that you were able to get, so you relapsed, and then there was some time before you kind of fell down this spiral. How long was it between those two instances?
Probably like 2 months.
Okay. So there's some pretty positive things happening. You were able to stay clean, and then you had that one relapse. You got clean again, but then had this continued stressor in your life that kept causing you issues, and you kind of got into that self-medication that kind of trying to get things, make things disappear, if you will. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how, it looks like you had absconded, you were gone for all, I mean, they arrested you about 8 days later. How were you arrested?
The cops seen me at the gas station and came up and asked me if my name was Levi, and I told them yeah, and they arrested me, said I had a board warrant.
No issues with taking you into custody, just cuffed up?
Yes, sir.
And what city does your wife live in?
So she stays with her dad right now. She moved back in with her dad in Eureka. But she's got applied for, or she got approved for housing, and she's just waiting to move in. It's apartment somewhere in Salt Lake area.
Okay. And that's where you would, if you don't go into a residential program, you would go live with her. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any mental health issues? Ever been diagnosed with anything?
I had a ADHD or ADD. Other than that, no.
Okay. So you're not currently on any mental health medications?
No, sir.
And then any physical health issues the board should be aware of?
No, sir.
Is there anything else you want to say on your behalf? Anything else you want the board to be aware of?
I just appreciate your guys' time. I know you guys are doing your job, but at the same time trying to help us out, you know what I mean? I just want to let you guys know I appreciate it
Okay.
wholeheartedly.
Well, if you look at how things went on this parole, and I realize that, this is your fourth parole. So we've had some issues in the past. It looks like you know the recipe for success. It's just a matter of constantly applying it.
Yes, sir.
Even with that one relapse, you're able to kind of get your head back on your shoulders. So there's no reason to expect anything but good things from you, Mr. Wardle. So if you just kind of, work with AP&P, recognize you've got resources available to you, and get into some treatment, there's no reason why we should ever see you back here again. I do
Yes,
have
sir.
one last question for you. Why are you wearing the orange?
Oh, so I renounced my gang history last time I was, a couple paroles ago. So they pretty much got you housed in max just to keep you away from all those individuals, you know what I mean?
Okay, thank you for that. All right. So we'll proceed as we have in the past. I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make their decision. Once they reach their decision, they post it online. They send you a letter in the mail so you can find out what they decide to do as far as parole is concerned by either talking to somebody on the outside who can look it up online or just waiting for that letter to arrive. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on the record.
Oh,
This
never
is the
mind.
time and
Sorry.
place set.
That was faster
No,
than I
you're
thought.
good. Yeah, me too. All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for William Noker. Mr. Noker, your offender number is 214111, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Arnold from APNP. Mr. Noker, Agent Arnold, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
I do.
Great, thank you. Mr. Noker, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
The blue packet?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And then did you have a chance to meet with an attorney in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Very good. I'll just take a brief moment to acknowledge you have some family members present. Looks like your wife, sister, and a friend are all present there in the hearing room with you. Thank them for being here, showing their support. Looks like we have one allegation that involves criminal conduct, as we discussed prior to being on the record. Doesn't look like there's anything filed, but it sounds like APNP is still anticipating charges being filed. So with that, Ms. Conyers, how are we handling this one allegation?
It sounds like APNP is seeking a continuance, so we'll submit on that while charges are being screened.
Okay, and just for the record, we are denying that
Yes,
allegation.
we'll enter a denial at this time.
Okay, all right, very good.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Noker, I'm sure as your attorney just explained to you with the fact that the charges are still being screened, APNP and the attorney's office is still investigating to determine whether to file charges or not. We're not able to proceed with the parole violation hearing today. So we'll have to continue this matter down the road. Agent Arnold, it's been 2 months since this incident allegedly occurred. I'm going to put this on for a paper review at the end of January. So if we could get some movement on this as quickly as possible.
Yes.
We'd like to have this done, or at least have Mr. Noker know whether files are going to be charged or not, and then we can decide how to proceed with these with this allegation. Okay.
Yes, sir. We'll contact them and see where they're at and get back to you.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So I'll note the denial. I do find probable cause to continue the hearing. As I mentioned, we'll set this for a paper review in the hopes that we hear from APNP quickly about charges being filed or any updates to the case. With that, we'll continue the hearing and conclude today's hearing. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Mitchell and MACPEEK. Mr. MACPEEK, your offender number is 221059, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. And your attorney's present with us, Ms. Conyers. She's a colleague to Mr. Brummer, with whom you probably met on Monday. We don't have a representative from APNP present with us. And Mr. MACPEEK, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting.
Nice to meet you. Honor.
You as well. And just for the record, it does indicate in our paperwork that Mr. MACPEEK had requested a Spanish language interpreter for this hearing. Mr. MACPEEK, you're telling me today now that you do not need an interpreter, is that correct?
No, not at all, man. No, not at all, sir. Thank you.
And I'll just know, as we've conversed a little bit, it seems to me like you're able to understand everything that I'm saying.
Fully speaking and understanding.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, any issue with us proceeding without an interpreter present?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Mr. MACPEEK, I do need to put you under oath for this hearing. So if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I swear.
Great. Thank you. You can put your hand down. Thank you, Mr. MACPEEK. Mr. MACPEEK, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
All right. And then I see you have your disclosure packet, your blue packet there in front of
Yes.
you.
Yes.
You've had a chance to look through that.
All of it. Yeah.
And then did you have a chance to meet with an attorney in preparation for today's hearing?
Just last Monday.
Okay. And then you feel comfortable with Ms. Conyers as your representation today?
Really well.
Okay. Very good. All right. Looks like we have 4 allegations against Mr. MACPEEK, none of which involve any criminal actions. How are we handling those allegations today, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, thank you. What we're going to be doing today is we will be admitting all 4 of the allegations, and then we have some information and recommendations here in a minute.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Mr. MACPEEK, before I accept your admissions to these 4 allegations, I need to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require APNP to prove these allegations at what's called an evidentiary hearing.
Yeah.
That evidentiary hearing looks like a trial where APNP has to put on evidence. They'd call witnesses, produce exhibits that they felt would demonstrate that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole. You would be given an attorney at no cost to you. You'd be able to defend yourself through that attorney by cross-examining APNP's witnesses, as well as putting on your own defense by calling witnesses and or producing any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights, Mr. MACPEEK?
I understand fully.
All right, and do you understand that by entering these admissions, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes, I do.
Very good. I'll accept the admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole date. Mr. MACPEEK, I'll have a conversation with your attorney. If anybody from APNP signs on, then I'll have a conversation with them, and then you and I will have a conversation, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation? You mentioned additional information.
Yes, and the information, it looks like he had an opportunity to open a restaurant in Minnesota, so it sounds like that's part of the allegations here and what led to the allegations. He is asking for one of 2 things. If he's asking for a parole as soon as possible, however, if he's going to stay another 6 to 12 months, he would prefer a termination. And as a note, he has been approved for the program at Red Barn. And just it sounds like in talking to Mr. Brummer, relayed that he has a better attitude about parole, and hopefully that attitude would help him be more successful if he does parole rather than a termination here.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let's see, you said Red Barn, right?
Yes.
All right, Agent Comer, are you here for the MACPEEK hearing? You're muted. Agent Comer, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Sorry, I have had some issues with my computer today,
it's all good.
trying to get logged in.
Are you here for the MACPEEK hearing?
Yes,
Okay. Let me swear you in real quick. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. All right, so Mr. MACPEEK has entered admissions to all 4 allegations. I just heard from the attorney. Does APP have any recommendation?
No, he was doing pretty good at the time, right up until he took off. He did have some alcohol violations, and I don't know if that's the reason why he decided to take off or whatnot. But then, yeah, I think it was Minnesota that he was picked up in.
Right.
So
And let's see, how was Mr. MACPEEK arrested? you aware?
I don't know the actual details other than he was arrested in Minnesota.
Okay, then I'll ask Mr. MACPEEK. All right, so sorry, does APP have any recommendation as far as amount of time to serve?
I think I believe it was his first parole attempt at parole.
It was his 4th parole,
4th?
actually, so.
Okay. Because of I'd probably say the 6 months with another chance at parole.
Okay. Mr. MACPEEK had indicated he was hoping for a quick release, but if he was going to stay for 6 to 12 months, he would hope for a termination. Any response to that? Would APP be willing to support a termination in any way?
Unfortunately, with him absconding from his parole and his obligations, I don't think APP would support that at this time until he can prove that he could do it on his own.
All right, thank you.
Bless you.
All right, Mr. MACPEEK. So first, how were you arrested?
Oh, I was pulled over. I was driving in the car. And when I was
Was
pulled
that,
over,
and that was in
obviously-
Minnesota? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you. I apologize.
Sorry. I was pulled over. I was driving in the car. And by the time they pulled over, obviously, my name and everything pops up. And I was a warrant in here in Utah. So APP, they come and pick me up in jail and bring me back in here. And
Okay. And I imagine APP would be seeking some costs for extradition. Any issues with paying those costs, Mr. MACPEEK?
that's
Mr.
for me?
MACPEEK?
Oh, that's for me?
Sorry. I'm asking, so APP will likely seek that you pay the cost for your extradition.
I have
from
no idea,
Minnesota.
Your Honor. I have no idea.
What I'm asking is, if they do seek those costs, would you be willing to pay them?
Well, yes, I will, Your Honor. If I have to, well, I admit it, I'm absconding, I take full responsibility for what I did, and I apologize to my PO. He was good as well. Like, I apologize to you, Honor, and you as well, Commerce, Right now, I got opportunity to get a red bond, like I got this letter from the director. So I would like to give a shot this thing, but I just asking, like I told my attorney, to instead to spend more time here in prison, I would like to do something more productive for myself. And red bond is well knowing, like it's not really easy program. So I would like to get early release to get there instead to get involved in here and get him, again, with this criminal activity, whatever mentality in this prison, So I would like to give a shot this, and I got an open bed already. And the director, you guys have in the record, in my blue packet, the letter from the director, John Trevor, they got a bed. So I don't want to lose this chance, this bed. So I don't know how long they're gonna keep the bed open for me. So I would like to, if you MPMP approve it, and you as well, guys, to give me a shot or terminate me and go to red bond. Anyways, I'm going to red bond. Anyways, I'm going to red bond because I want to change my life. I want to do something different this time in my parole or my life if I'm free.
Okay. So you were on parole for a long time, and then you absconded and were gone for a long time.
Yeah.
In all that time, what did your substance use look like? Were you using drugs?
Drinking.
Okay. And was that drinking to being drunk, blackout drunk? Like,
No,
what-
no,
what did
no.
that-
Well, not really blackout, not really, but I drink every day. Like my job is stressful. My job is a restaurant, and behind the line, it's like it's stressful for me, So I have to, when I get out from my work, couple beers, couple drinks, to just stabilize my and take a hot shower and get a bed. I cannot do that without, but I love my job.
Okay. So you absconded to Minnesota in order to open this restaurant. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes.
Like, how did that come about? What?
I'm sorry. I bless.
No. Okay.
Well, a friend of mine, I was in the restaurant in Ogden, El Paisa Mexican Grill, and I was drinking, to be honest. I was drinking, I was doing bad, and I started to use a little bit of marijuana, and so I was thinking I'm go back to prison, and say, man, so this person who knows me before, he make me a call. He say, hey, I need your help. I'm going to open a restaurant. I don't have a cook. I don't have chef. So can you please come and help me out to come in here? And I said, well, I'd rather to, poor decisions, poor decisions to, I was afraid to get back to prison, to be honest, I was afraid, because nobody liked to be back in prison, So that's the reason I chose absconding, for that reason, because I was afraid to get back to prison, and I was ashamed of myself, with my PO, because he was really, 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 really good for me. He was like my officer and like a brother or something. He was a worry about me, and I really, really appreciate that, Comer. I really appreciate that.
All right. So no criminal behavior while you're out there, right?
No,
Just the drinking?
drinking problems.
Okay. And that's what we'd be addressing through the Red Barn,
Yeah.
is your opportunity.
Yep, that's what I want to go to Red Barn. So Red Barn is a really hard program. It's like a military structure. Wake up at 5 in the morning, work in any one of those business they have. It's 27 months program. Or 36 months. If you do 36 months, 3 years, they help you to make your own business. Me, my dream is to put my own restaurant in here, so they will help me with that. And I will invite you guys to go to my restaurant.
All right.
And it's gonna be my honor, especially if you come.
All right. You do have one write-up. I guess it's a pending disciplinary.
Yes,
Um,
I can tell about that. That was a new prison, Salt Lake, and I pushed the button, the speaker. Like here, we got a speakers too, and in jails and everything. And I didn't even know that was like a 911 phone call. That speaker over there. So I didn't even know that. First time in prison in Salt Lake. So it was my first time, and I told them, we got in Gunnison, we got in jails. We always push the speaker buttons for whatever reasons, but they told me, no, it's just like a 911 phone call. If you got just emergency, you dying or you got a stroke or whatever. I didn't even know that. That's why they still give me that write-up, because I explained the sergeant and everything that situation was. And for that reason, I couldn't have a job and everything, I always working in the prison, always. LT, Lockwood, Johnston, and everybody know me. I always work in culinary, I always do something positive in prison, always.
any mental health issues? Ever been diagnosed with anything? Take any mental health medications?
No, Your Honor.
And any physical health issues the board should be aware of?
Nope.
All right. So if you're granted a parole, you go to the Red Barn, and that's a 3-year program.
3-year program.
27 months.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And I got an open bed. They just waiting for my release date, and they will come and pick me up.
Okay. All right. You've answered all of my questions. Is there anything else the board should be aware of? Anything else you want to say on your behalf?
No, Your Honor. No.
Okay.
I just
All right.
want to see if you guys can give me a shot, and I will appreciate the opportunity to give me this hearing. And I thank you, Commerce, for you too as well. And thank you for my lawyer and everybody else in here.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. McPeak. I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, they'll make their final decision.
Thank you.
They'll then release that decision, they'll post it online, and they'll send you a letter in the mail, so you're able to learn either by having somebody on the outside look it up online,
Okay.
or waiting for the board.
Yeah, especially, sorry, John Trevor, he's gonna be in that point. He's gonna check that thing, so he will do that thing.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay,
All right.
thank you so
Good luck
much.
to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Cohen. Appreciate it.
All right, we're on the record in the matter of the parole violation hearing for Courtney James Black, offender number 194737. He is not present, but present with me today is Attorney Kate Conyers, as well as Agent Roberts from APNP. Ms. Conyers, I understand your client is facing assault charge in case ending in 4155. That's related directly to the one allegation. I understand he's authorized you to appear on his behalf. Is that correct?
That's correct. He has authorized when he spoke with my associate, Mr. Romer, on Monday. So we'd like to enter denials at this time, and then we'll continue it. My understanding is that he has an upcoming court date on December 19th. So he'll need some time to resolve that. And that's just his initial appearance for a Class A assault. So he's going to need some time.
Okay. All right, Agent Roberts, any issues with that?
Nope, that's fine.
Okay. All right, I'll take note of the denial. I do find probable cause. I'll take judicial notice of the pending court case. And there is that initial appearance tomorrow. It is assault with substantial bodily injury, so it's a significant, even though it's only a Class A misdemeanor, it is a significant offense. So we will, I'll find probable cause to continue the hearing. We'll set this for probably a paper review at the end of February. And then if that gets resolved faster, we'll get it back on the calendar as soon as possible. With that, we'll conclude the hearing.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Agent Roberts.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jonathan Judd. Mr. Judd, your offender number is 247468, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. She's a colleague to Mr. Brummer, with whom you met on Monday. And then we have Agent Grange from AP&P. Mr. Judd, Agent Grange, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Judd, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to meet with an attorney in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes.
And then finally, do you feel comfortable with Ms. Conyers as your representation at today's hearing?
Yes.
Very good. It looks like we were last here back in March. AP&P was under the impression that the district attorney's office was screening charges. Looks like we've reached out for some updates, haven't received anything, so the board is ready to move forward with the allegations as they stand, even though there aren't any charges pending. So, and as of yesterday, there are still no charges pending in exchange. So let me start. Agent Grange, do we have an update as far as charges, or we anticipate, like what, well, at this point, I'm not inclined to, if we're only anticipating charges, we're going to move forward with the hearing. But do we have an update as far as charges are concerned?
And the only thing that I found in court exchange is that they've been filed. There's no case number with those charges.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, then I'll turn to you. We have 11 allegations. How are we handling those allegations today?
I guess we will, Mr. Judd is prepared to admit number 1, if we can deny and strike numbers 2 through 11. Short of that, I suppose we need an evidentiary hearing.
Agent Grange, any response to the motion to dismiss allegations 2 through 11?
No objections.
Okay, so just to be clear, so charges you say have been filed, but there's no court case. So we're gonna dismiss these 10 allegations and just move forward with the hearing just on the one admission. Is that what I'm understanding? Or would AP&P want to see an evidentiary hearing? Agent Grange, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Sorry.
So AP&P is willing to dismiss allegations 2 through 11?
Let's do an evidentiary hearing.
Okay. So Ms. Conyers, with that, are we?
We'll let you denials then. We can, we'll still admit number, sir. Actually, let me ask Mr. Judd. Sir, it sounds like we're going to have an evidentiary hearing. Do you want to maintain your denial on number 1, or do you want to admit that?
I can admit that I gave a false name.
Okay, we'll
And
admit
I
number
will-
1.
and
And
I
then we will, just to clean that one up, we'll admit on number 1, we'll enter denials on the others, and then we'll submit on the request for an evidentiary hearing.
Okay. All right, Mr. Judd, just in order to preserve, because there may be criminal charges coming your way, to ensure that you maintain your constitutional rights, we're going to put this over for an evidentiary hearing. So you have a chance to address these issues head on rather than potentially incriminating yourself for future potential criminal charges. So I'll accept the admission. Well, first of all, before I accept so you're admitting to allegation 1 that you absconded from parole on or about October 15th of 2023. You do have the right to have that be tried at the evidentiary hearing. And that hearing will look like a trial where APP has to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole. At that hearing, you'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. You'd be able to cross-examine APP's witnesses as well as to call any of your own and or produce any exhibits you found necessary for your defense. So Mr. Judd, by admitting allegation 1, you're waiving your right to the evidentiary hearing just as to allegation 1. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, and then we will maintain denials on the other 10 allegations with the anticipation that we'll get you in front of the board on an evidentiary hearing, okay?
Okay.
All right, so with that, I'll accept the admission as knowingly voluntarily entered. I'll just take note of it, take note of the denials, and we'll set this for an evidentiary. Mr. Judd, we'll get you on a calendar as soon as possible in the hopes we can get things sped up for you, okay?
Good.
All right, any other issues need to be addressed, Ms. Conyers?
Nope, not at this time. Thank you.
Agent Grange, any other issues?
No.
Okay, with that, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Sean Blake. Mr. Blake, your offender number is 242902, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting a hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. She's a colleague of Mr. Brummers, with whom you met on Monday. And then we have Agent Anderson from APP. Mr. Blake, Agent Anderson, I need to swear both of you in. If I could have you each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Blake, I need an audible response.
Oh, yes. Yes, it will
Okay,
be.
thank you. We audio record, we don't video record, so I need it on the record that you said yes. Thank you. All right, Mr. Blake, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
I did, yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
I did.
And then did you have a chance to meet with an attorney in preparation for today's hearing?
I have.
And you feel comfortable with Ms. Conyers as your representation today?
Yes.
All right, very good. All right, looks like we have 2 allegations against Mr. Blake. How are we handling those, Ms. Conyers?
And he'll admit to both of those.
All right. Mr. Blake, before I accept your admissions to these 2 allegations, I need to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require AP&P to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That evidentiary hearing looks like a trial where AP&P calls witnesses and puts on exhibits in order to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the way that they've alleged. You would be able to defend yourself. You'd be appointed an attorney at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine AP&P's witnesses, as well as to call your own witnesses and or produce exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Blake?
I do.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
I do. I fully understand.
Very good. Then I'll accept those admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole date officially. So Mr. Blake, I'm going to have a brief conversation with your attorney, one with Agent Anderson, and then you and I will have a conversation, okay?
Okay.
All right. So first, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation and or additional information?
Yes, first, a bit of additional information. It sounds like the allegation stemmed from a relapse that he had and then walked away from Fortitude. Sounds like he gets overwhelmed. When he gets overwhelmed, he relapses. So that's what happened here. He had planned on going back, but stayed out to see his kids' birthdays, hence the absconsion. We are asking for 180 days with credit for the time he has served and another attempt at parole. He does have an address, but he would also go to a halfway house for transition and stabilization. He does want to parole as soon as possible and plans to get back into therapy and do that as well. And that's all I have at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, Agent Anderson, any recommendation and or additional information?
I fully support that recommendation, but with this information, I'd be curious to see how he would plan on being successful for his next parole if he comes out to another halfway house, seeing as he gets overwhelmed and uses substances. So I'd be interested to hear what his plan is for his next parole.
Okay. All right, Mr. Blake, now's our opportunity to have a conversation. So talk to me about what your plan for success will be if you're granted another parole.
So my plan for success is I do want to get out. I do want to start therapy. I not only want to do the psychotherapy, but I also want to do trauma therapy. With that, this last time when I had absconded, I have learned that I struggle with emotional neglect, and that is something that I need to work on for myself with developing better coping skills, which I plan to do. And honestly, like I've learned that this is just not the life that I want to live. I'm missing out on my kids' lives. And so I've not only learned to believe in myself more, to have that like inner strength and that will to stay focused on my goals and not get overwhelmed. The part that I get overwhelmed with is I just don't see light at the end of the tunnel. You know, it seems like everything just hits you all at once and there's no win. So I end up losing my focus and my care to continue on. And I've now just decided that I'm done. I just want to change and I want to build better coping skills, a better lifestyle that's healthy, and just try to be as much of a contributing factor to society and my family as well as myself.
Okay. So I do note that you were on parole for a long time, but it seemed like throughout that time you were on parole, we were struggling with drug use. Is that an accurate representation?
Yes, I was going not only just with parole, but I was also dealing with, you know, just life itself and then 2 custody battles. I do still have those going on. However, with those, I've learned that my way is just not working and I need to work with my kids' moms as well. And I've been fighting that this entire time. And I'm trying to learn how to not fight them and rather than just supporting them. So I'm surrendering my way and trying to approach it in other people's ways because their ways seem a lot healthier and more productive.
Okay. So let's get into some of the details. What did your drug use look like? What were you using? How often were you using?
I was using methamphetamines and I was using every day. I was trying to cope with my feelings of hurt, of loss, and not process through my emotions. I tend to run away from my emotions as I get just preoccupied in my thoughts. My thoughts become my reality. And a lot of that is just fear-based and not knowing how to navigate through my trials in life and not wanting to feel that intense hurt. In here, I've also been able to find a depression therapist, and he said that he's willing to work with me as soon as I get out, just to reach out to him. And this time around, I've also, instead of approaching my depression, I've also been working with my anxiety as well and trying to direct my thoughts and guide them on a healthier mindset.
Okay. So the time you were on parole, was there a period of time in which you were able to maintain your sobriety?
No, I chose not to.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Was there any contact with your mother during this parole?
I had contact with her. She was supporting me to turn myself in. And other than that, like, I mean, that's the tough part about being a parent is no one wants to see their kids suffer with whatever they're going through. And so the brief time that we had talked, she just wanted me to turn myself in and was trying to help me guide myself into back on track with everything when I got lost.
Okay. And so when you were absconded, where were you? Were you living? Did you have a place you were staying? Were you just living on the streets? Where were you?
There was a few friends that let me stay at their houses, and other than that, I was living on the street.
So you mentioned, or your attorney mentioned, that you have an address that might work for you. What city is that in, and who lives there?
It is in Riverton, and it is with a friend of mine from way back in high school who's a online life coach, and she's been wanting to help me get back on my feet and to help me build a happier life, because she's also been one of my supporters throughout this time since I've been on parole, dating back in 2002 or 2022. and she's been trying to support me as well emotionally. Her
Okay.
house, she doesn't use any substances or anything like that. She just focuses on her husband and her kid.
All right. And then do you have therapy lined up? Some sort of treatment?
I do.
Who's that with?
I don't have his name exactly. Do you know?
So that's, sorry, that was the mental health therapist. What about for your drug treatment? Do you have somebody you're working on?
Mental health therapist. I was going through comprehensive psychological services for mental health. I did complete their mental health evaluation. It was a 3-phase evaluation. I just haven't gotten the results from that yet, as the evaluator that was evaluating me had resigned.
Okay.
So I still need to get in contact with them.
Okay. And then what about for drug treatment? Do you have a program you're going to?
I do not have a new drug evaluation done. I had gone through ARS, and that was when I got out on my first parole. I need to take another one due to the relapse and get another assessment for that.
All right. And then what do you do for work?
For work, I have just done warehouse employment, moving furniture and things like that. However, I'm going to go into masonry this next time. I have a job already lined up.
You mentioned depression and anxiety. Are there any other mental health issues that need to be addressed?
No, sir. That's pretty much the main things I struggle with is just depression, anxiety, and stress.
I mean, not that those aren't enough, right? I'm not trying to, if those are significant, not saying that that's it, that's all, but no, are there any other issues on top of those already heavy burdens? So, okay.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Any physical health issues that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No.
All right, you've answered all of my questions. Is there anything we haven't talked about today that you wanted to discuss?
So I would like to go back to the PVP program, or at least engage in further learning. I've recently identified that I struggle with emotional neglect, so I want to be able to dive into that and educate myself on that, so I know how to go about basically treating myself properly in healthy ways. Is there something that I can do to still engage in that program, or do I need to go to a different program?
Well, the board would not parole you to the PVP. The board could parole you to a halfway house.
Okay.
And you would then be able to work with, with those engaging in that program. And I'm not trying to dictate what happens, and the board will decide what the best ultimate outcome is. But it sounds to me like it may be better for you to go to the community if you have an address to go to and pursue through mental health. Not that you don't still have resources through APNP. And, if you need to go to a halfway house for treatment, I believe you can. Isn't that right, Mr. Anderson?
That is correct. He can be ordered by the board to complete the substance use treatment program.
Right. Which then would include going to the halfway house. And I'm not saying, but just based off of our previous parole where you're being overwhelmed, it may be easier to see that light at the end of the tunnel if you're living in the community rather than in a halfway house. That's just my estimation, just based off of what I've heard today. So the board may still want to see you go to a halfway house. And if you don't have that address, doesn't work out, that's where you would end up going. But the board would not parole you back to the PVP, because that is for those who violate on parole. But those resources are still available to you. So don't feel like you have to violate on parole to get into the PVP. Those resources are still available to you. But it sounds like it may be better if you pursue that community option. But that's up to you and to APNP and the board. So, okay.
All right. Thank you.
Does that help assuage some concerns?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, whatever it is I have to do this time around, I'm not gonna fight it. I've learned to be fully honest with what I'm going through mentally. I was scared of it before, and now it's just having the courage to face everything and get myself out of this hole that I've dug, you know?
Right. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. What happens next is I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make a final decision. Once they reach that decision, they'll post it online, and then they'll send you a letter in the mail. So you can find out either by having somebody on the outside look it up on the internet or just wait for that letter to arrive. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Blake. Thank you, Tooele. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Jared is up.
Great to see you, Micah.
Good to see you. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays. See you next
Thanks.
time.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Jared Jensen, offender number 143455. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Guillen. Can you see each of them?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Jensen, Agent Guillen, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jensen, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney earlier this week?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
And just so you know, Mr. Brummer talked to everyone on Monday. What we'd like to do with Mr. Jensen is he did resolve the case that touched to number 4. So he will admit all 4 allegations at this time.
Any recommendation?
Yes, what we'd like to do is he is asking for a release as soon as possible with credit for time served. He's been detained for about 7 months. He does have, as part of his, in the case with allegation number 4, they suspended prison and ordered him to go do the Other Side Academy. So he's asking to be released to the Other Side Academy as soon as possible. I'm not certain if we have a letter or if a bed is available now, but that's what he's asking for. He'd like to do something different with his life and be able to integrate back into society, and thinks that the Other Side Academy program is one that will help him and help him straighten out his life.
Anything else you'd like to add?
That's it for now.
Agent Guillen, your response and recommendation?
Agree with Mr. Jensen's attorney's recommendations.
Stipulate to those.
So yes.
All right. Anything else to add?
No, nothing.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Jensen, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Let's start with the violations. Let's start with the new charge. What happened there?
I went to see a friend. I was gonna sell an ounce that I had. And I was trying to get into a rehab. When I say trying, I probably could have, but I wasn't really like putting a lot of effort into it. But if I had known about Other Side then, I probably would have done that. But I've just been researching it lately.
Okay. Where are you at in that process?
I got all the letter. I'm accepted. I'm good to go. He was supposed to be at this hearing today, but one of my board packets had the letter to you guys saying I was accepted. I'm all good to go on that. So.
Okay. And he may be, there's a different link, a public link that that they may be watching from, and we're not able to see them. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So your plans go to the Other Side Academy.
Yeah, I just want to do something different because
I don't know. I know I need some help to like get my life back on track. And from what I've researched on this, it's like a life program and they kind of take you through steps. It's like a year blackout. So I've been weaning myself. I don't call anybody from in here except my parents. I just kind of getting ready to go do some me time.
Okay. Are you able to they employ you and everything, right, through that program, or what do you know about that kind of stuff?
They what?
Do they employ you as part of the program?
Yeah, you don't get paid like until like the last 6 months of the program. And then I think that goes towards when you get released, they help you get a place and a car. But for the first 18 months, you're just working for your keep, you know, board, I guess it'd be. So.
And then do they do treatment through that program?
Yeah, there's lots of treatment. There's, from what I hear and stuff, yeah. Yeah, it's like a life program.
Okay.
You start you from the bottom and you slowly earn back your privileges like phone after a year. Well, I don't know when you get the phone, but you know, there's jobs and then like hopefully I can terminate my probation there too. So I'll be there long enough. They help with employment, they help with getting a place. So just gonna rebuild me slowly.
Okay. What drugs or alcohol were you using while you were on parole?
Meth, just meth.
How frequently?
Every day.
Okay. No gang involvement, correct?
No.
Any mental health concerns, any history of any kind of diagnosis?
No.
No. How's your physical health?
It's probably been the best shape I've been in a long time. It's been good up here.
So nothing that would keep you from being able to hold a job while you're at the other side academy, being active, things like that. Shouldn't be any issues.
Yeah. Yeah, and they check that with me too because we have to be able to work.
Right.
We come, yeah, stuff like that.
Saying they don't always have the easiest jobs, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think those are all the questions that I have for you today. What questions do you have for me?
Just hoping you grant this, you know, because I know on paper it doesn't look good, but this is more of a decision this time to change instead of requirement. You know what I mean? I kind of made this decision to go on my own this time, and it's just time. I'm wore out. I don't want to do this anymore. I just got out this last time and seen how old my parents were looking, and I mean, my kids. I'm just tired of missing life. You know, I can't. My way isn't the right way. I've learned. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like what you've been doing hasn't been working, so we need to change things up, right?
It don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Agent Guillen, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Ms. Conyers?
Oh, thank you.
All right, Mr. Jensen, I'll accept your admissions to each of the allegations and recommend that your parole date of March 26, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process plenty of times, so you know what to expect. I'll write a report. That report will include APMP's recommendation as well as your attorneys. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that notice to work its way through the mail and get back to you. So if you have contact with your parents or anybody at the other side academy, you can let them know to start checking the board's website. Hopefully that decision will be posted next week, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay.
All right, anything from anybody? Hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. TJ Pope, offender number 84175. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Pope, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Guillen. Can you see each of them?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Pope, I'll be taking some testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll note for the record that Agent Guillen's previously been placed under oath and remains under those same obligations. Mr. Pope, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with an attorney earlier this week? You probably met with Mr. Brummer.
Yes, I met with Mr. Brewer.
All right, are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Conyers, before we get too far into this, when I was reading the warrant prepared by Agent Guillen, it stated that charges were being screened. Agent Guillen, do you have a status on if those charges are going to be filed?
Yeah, I reached back to the agent that was in charge of that. He said they were waiting for the DNA to come back to see if they're gonna be screening the charges. I reached out. He hasn't reached back to me yesterday.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's because of the holidays or they're off or something, but he hasn't got back to me.
Okay.
But as of right now, there's no charges.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, how do you want to proceed?
Well, we were prepared to admit 1 through 5 and asked to deny and strike number 6. So I don't know if we need to continue or set this for an evidentiary.
I'd say a month continuance and see if I can get a response back from them.
Okay, I guess we'll submit on that.
Okay. Do you want me to note those, please?
Yes.
Okay. Admissions on everything except for 6 and deny that?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Are you, do you stipulate to a 30-day continuance, Ms. Conyers?
Well, I hate to stipulate
Or do you want to proceed to?
I know that the board's going, Mr. Pope, let me just explain. I'm going to stipulate just because the board's going to give it anyway. But we'll try and get this moving along as soon as possible. You're always welcome to call my office and I'll try and provide you whatever updates. I have the agent's contact information and can also reach out to him. So feel free to reach out to me, but yes, we'll stipulate.
Okay. Agent Guillen, will you provide an update within that 30 days as soon as you know what's going on so that we can proceed accordingly?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, what I'll do today then, Mr. Pope, is I'll take admissions on each of the allegations 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and I'll note a denial to allegation 6 simply as a placeholder. I'll recommend a continuance for about 30 days to hopefully see what's going to be happening with those charges. And Agent Guillen will provide us an update within those 30 days. And then hopefully by the end of that, we can know which way we need to proceed, either if charges are being filed or if they're not, and we can get you back and move forward.
All right.
Okay. I would hate to, I think the worst thing we could do is the board dismisses that allegation 6, you get paroled, and then 2 weeks later they file charges and you're right back. So, and then we have to start all over. So a little bit of time now to hopefully save time down the road.
Okay.
Questions about anything?
So it's going to be 30 days or is it going to be a little bit longer?
Well, so what'll probably happen is in 30 days, the board will do what we call a paper review.
Okay.
And so Agent Guillen, in the meantime, between now and that 30 days, will submit information letting us know what's going on. And so and then at the end of that 30 days, if charges are being filed, then they'll probably kick that paper review out. If charges are not being filed, then they'll get you on a calendar.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
So I do have to come back and see you.
Yeah, you will have to come back and see us.
Okay.
But it'll be longer than 30 days before you see us because we're going to do the next one will be a paper review.
Okay.
Okay. Unless if Agent Guillen for some luck gets that answer back today that charges aren't going to be filed, then he can submit that and it'd speed things up. So.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Anything from anybody?
Nope. That's it.
Okay. That'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. I'll be
Thanks,
back
Ian. I
at,
appreciate it.
I'll be back at 10:45.
Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Stephen Rios, offender number 150477. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Laycock. Can you see each of them?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Rios, Agent Laycock, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Sorry, Agent Laycock, you're on mute.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rios, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, I have.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with an attorney earlier this week? You probably met with Mr. Brummer.
Yes, I have.
All right, are you ready to proceed today?
Yeah.
Okay. It's my understanding you've got some family members in attendance. We welcome them to the hearing this morning. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
I'm gonna go a little slowly so we make sure we get this. So he will admit to 1, and I'll just go in order. 1 and 2 admit. 3, we're asking to strike it. I believe that was stricken for a plea and another allegation. 4, like to admit with an amendment, instead of burglary of a dwelling as a second-degree felony, he pled to a Class A misdemeanor criminal trespass. So if we could amend number 4, then he will admit to that. Then dismiss 5, 6, and 7, same thing. I believe they were dismissed for plea. And then 8, he will admit, but we need to amend it. I think actually that one is fine. And then we are asking to admit 9 through 11. That should take care of all of them.
So 5, let me double check. I thought he admitted to that offense.
He did.
Okay. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Let me just double check though, unless somebody knows.
I have court exchange pulled up and it's showing that he
Okay.
took
Admitted to number 5, so we'll admit that one.
days.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, your recommendation?
Yes, what we're
Actually,
asking.
sorry, before I get to there,
No problem.
Agent Laycock, do you stipulate to dismissing allegations 3, 6, and 7? I believe those were all charges that were either not or dismissed.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now, Ms. Conyers, I apologize. Your recommendation?
No problem. He is asking for another attempt at parole. This was his 7th parole. He's been in custody for 6 months. We are asking for 180 days, and which is effectively an immediate release. He does have an address. I believe that's been submitted and I believe approved. So he can live there, and then a job lined up as well. He also has therapy lined up, and as evidenced by his family here today, he does have strong family support, and so they can help him with that transition back into the community and help him be successful on parole.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else you'd like to add?
That's it for now. Thanks.
Agent Laycock, your response recommendation?
I've seen Stephen on both sides of the fences of being successful and unfortunately being plagued by his substance abuse and substance abuse issues, mental health issues. 2 paroles ago, he was involved in treatment inside the prison. He was involved in seeing a mental health specialist to where he could obtain medication to help him address those mental health issues. In return, that helped him with his substance abuse issues. Currently, he hasn't been involved in any of that treatment inside of the prison, and I know I spoke with his mother in the office with my sergeant. And we addressed that he definitely needs some help. He definitely needs a mental health evaluation and other recommended treatment before he's allowed another parole. That's just our opinion. I want him to be successful. I want him to have everything put in place before he leaves the prison. And with how things have been 2 paroles ago, it was great. He paroled and was in the community for an entire year without those issues. The last 2 paroles have been unsuccessful due to lack of treatment and lack of stability in the community. So my recommendation was that he would at least be able to have a mental health evaluation while in the prison and follow any recommended treatment that's outlined in that mental health evaluation and the medically assisted treatment program. I have talked to his mom about him going to try to compact to California. If the caseworkers inside the prison can help him out with that compact request as well to speed up the process so he can compact out of the state of Utah to a support system with his grandmother in California, I would support that. If not, if he's paroled, then I can handle that with agents on our compact team to help him transition to California.
Anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rios, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Let's start with the violations.
Okay, first with the violations, I got an opportunity to talk with one of the defenders earlier, 2 days ago. I didn't want to not deny anything, but I know there's a difference between no contest and guilty. I pled guilty to all the allegations based on the fact that I did some things I shouldn't have did, and I take full responsibility for things I did. It's difficult to explain anything without making excuses, but I've had time to reflect, throughout this time in here. Almost 9 months being in there, I've had time to reflect on certain things. Just established from the timeline from when I met with Mr. Laycock to when I was arrested for these charges. I just want to make it clear, just in that I've noticed from my decisions from looking back that I haven't gave up on appreciating the help that I've had. I'm grateful to have my mother and to my fiance. I'm grateful to have my PO and to APNP. I've never felt like I haven't been able to come to them. As shameful as the times have been when I've relapsed. The last relapse I came within 12 hours of my use. I acknowledged that I needed to talk to my PO. I called him. I checked in immediately. I was dirty. I admitted to that. I went to the VOA. Time that I was scheduled. I checked in. I can't blame anybody but myself. I had opportunities and I have help, but I know that I also have mental health problems. And so when I was put in that situation, I didn't know what to do. They told me I needed to get my medication, which is Suboxone, that I needed to go to the hospital to get it. I was withdrawn. I left the VOA. I absconded from there. I left there. I walked out of the building. They told me I had to stay. I could not come back in for 24 hours. They told me that they acknowledged that they let my APNP officer know that I left. I didn't have anywhere to go. I stayed there. I stayed in that area waiting. As shameful as it is, as embarrassing it is, I sat there and I waited for someone to come and help me. I didn't use the phone. I didn't take responsibility and say, hey, I didn't go and tell anybody anything. I was scared to death. I didn't know what to do, but I sat there afraid, thinking that somebody would come and help me. I know that I needed to take the initiative, and I should have stayed and went back there, and I should have let them know that I was there still, but they kicked me off the premises. The situation happened how it did. I take responsibility. I have a substance abuse problem and I have mental health problems, but throughout all these situations that's happened in my past and throughout all these situations, I know what's right from wrong. And I've always made the conscious decision to know that, hey, I know certain things I shouldn't do, certain things I know I can't commit crimes. I know I can't be doing certain things. And it's just, I get stagnant. And so I acknowledge that, and I have opportunities, like Mr. Laycock said, as far as with my grandmother. But honestly, I want to put the responsibility on myself before I go and burden her with anything. That's an option, of course. But right now, I just feel like if anything, my request would be for me to parole to my mother's and to enroll in the programming that I have established waiting for me. I have positive support, but like I said, I know that there's nobody else can do it but myself. I can't. The only thing I could say that's different is that I'm consciously aware that I need to make progress, and I know the things that I'm doing wrong. I can't say that, oh, I didn't know this and that. When I say I'm in the mental health psychosis, when I go through these crises by relapsing and making these decisions, I know what's right from wrong. And so I admit to that, and I come and I take responsibility, and I say, "Oh, this is what it is." I was 17 years old when I came to prison. I'm still a scared little boy inside.
So what led to your arrest? What was the event that surrounded the new charges, the new conviction?
So in my mind, I was under the assumption that AP&P knew where I was at, so I waited. I waited at the bus stop. I stayed on Redwood Road because that's where the VOA was at. I crossed the street and I dropped my glasses. I went to an area I shouldn't have went. I got lost. I went to psychosis. That's exactly what happened. The burglary happened because based on the fact that I stepped 1 foot inside the dwelling, I didn't know where I was at. I was scared. As soon as that happened, I took the plea bargain. I admitted to what I did. I went through that process. That's exactly the situation that happened. I wasn't out there committing crimes. I wasn't out there trying to hurt anybody. I just waited because, as foolish as it sounds, I waited. I assumed like a cop would come by. 12 hours passed, 24 hours passed. I was sitting out there. It's cold. I'm just thinking like somebody's gonna come. The VOA, the sponsor there told me that he notified AP&P. So I was just under the assumption they were coming to get me. For whatever reason, I felt like I was guilty. I was ready to go back to prison. Every time, that's how I feel like my defeat is. That's what it is. But I take responsibility for it. I don't try to run. I don't take off anywhere else. As shameful as it is, I own up to it. And that's my reality is coming back to prison, sobering up and knowing that these are the steps that I got to take to be successful. And I understand. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. What drugs did you use while you were on parole?
I dirty for MDMA. I had problems with substance abuse, any substance, but I've luckily been on Suboxone now, and this medication has helped me, and I haven't had to transition from not using anything to getting out to getting out and using again. Like I've been on this medication for almost 8 months now, and it's helped me a lot.
What's your status with Cuba?
I don't have any affiliation at all, and that's kind of like it's still difficult because there are certain places in prison I cannot go. And I understand they have a lot of people they have to deal with around here, but I'm not a threat, but also I still have my name is still known, and it's as embarrassing it is. Like I don't want to be a part of that lifestyle.
Okay.
And I haven't and so that's what it is. I have tattoos that I wish I could, and I never got, but that's what it is for now. But as far as any affiliation, like I don't have any, there's no affiliation, any gang affiliation at all.
Tell me about your mental health. What have you been diagnosed with in the past?
In the past, I've been diagnosed with social anxiety and PTSD, and I feel like throughout these last couple of years, my vision has deteriorated. My peripheral vision has deteriorated. I didn't notice how bad it affected my mental health until I started losing my sight. And so I've been to the Moran Eye Center here. They transferred me to the Moran Eye Center. They said that's exactly what they said, that my peripheral vision is deteriorating, that I need help with that. But honestly, they don't help. There's not too much help I can get here. As far as the mental health side, I put in mental health cuts to get the psychological evaluation, and there's always the same answer. Well, somebody else has to request it. I have this psychological evaluation and all these programs lined up when I'm released. As soon as I'm eligible for a parole date, then I can get into the reentry program, and they can help me get my Medicaid and get my Social Security and everything that I need to get to be successful. But as far as now honestly, it's been stagnant. I haven't been able to get in any programs. I talked to my caseworker.
Are you on any medications right now?
Yes, I'm on Suboxone, and it's for my mental health and it's for my relapse prevention. And so that's all I'm on right now. And
just Suboxone?
Yeah. And so I didn't want to keep taking medications that I didn't know would work or not. I'm looking forward to getting to speaking with Paula Cox, and she's the addiction psychiatrist that I can get a hold of when I get out. So that's what I'm looking forward to. But right now, I didn't want to start taking any other medications.
Okay. So your plans to parole to your mom's house?
Yes, to parole to my mom's house. She has a room. It's a proactive environment. It's good. I know the decisions I made in the past. I made them thinking that I could do what I want, but I know my mom. She's a good support, and it's not going to happen like that. And I'm
What city is she in?
What's that?
What city?
Oh, she's in Taylorsville.
Taylorsville.
Yeah, and AP&P is right there in West Valley. I have good communication. I feel that a good relationship and a good rapport with AP&P with Mr. Laycock. I haven't been totally honest with him in the past, but I feel like I built a time where I've been able to come to him, and embarrassing as it has been, I have.
You have employment arranged?
Yeah, I have employment with DI, Desert Industries.
Okay. And then what about treatment?
And then I I have a sex offense from 2001, so I know I'm gonna have to do the alpha counseling. My main concern, I feel, would be my mental health and substance abuse treatment. Though I have a couple places that I'm eligible for, especially when I'm released now this year, and I can get this Medicaid. That I'll get the full that I'll get the medication on top of the therapy, and that's really what I feel like I need. I need somebody to talk to and cope through these problems. I haven't really had that, especially in this last 8 months being here.
Okay. Well, those are all the questions that I have for you. What questions do you have for me?
That's it.
Okay. Agent Laycock, anything like that?
As far as employment goes, I'll just be truthful. Stephen used the DI last time, but he didn't have a job at the DI when he got released. They didn't verify his employment there. The living situation with his mom is great when he's there and when he's on medication and he's actually taking his medication and following a medically assisted treatment program. He can do great. But unfortunately, he didn't spend much time at his mom's house at all. He spent majority of his time with his fiance last time. And that's where a lot of the problems stemmed from, was him not having a good plan in place, and he spent a majority of his time, free time, doing what he wanted to and spending time with her.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Connors, anything to add?
Nope, not at this time. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rios, what I'll do today then is I'll accept your admissions to allegations 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And I'll note your denials to allegations 3, 6, and 7. I'll recommend that those allegations be dismissed per stipulation. I'll also recommend your parole date of March 26, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process plenty of times, so you know how things are going to work. I'll write a report. That report will include Ms. Conyers' recommendation as well as Agent Laycock's recommendation. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision on what they expect to happen moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. Could take a couple of weeks for that notice to work its way back to you. So in the meantime, if you have contact with your friends or family, and I know you have family there in attendance, they can start checking the board's website next week. Hopefully sometime next week, that decision will be posted, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, anything from anybody? Hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone. All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing from Mr. Ernest Marquez, offender number 26582. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer at the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Guillen. Can you see each of them?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Marquez, I'll be taking testimony from you if you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. I'll note for the record, Agent Guillen's previously been placed under oath and remains under the same obligation. Mr. Marquez, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney earlier this week?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, I am.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how'd you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. He has resolved the allegation attached to number 1, the DUI. So now we're prepared to admit all 4 allegations.
Thank you. Any recommendation?
Yes, he was close to terminating, it sounds like, so he is still interested in terminating. After his most recent parole, he was out for 2 years and completing all his classes. So he is asking for that termination. Even despite a termination, however, he does still have therapy lined up, so he will still be doing that.
Thanks, Jen. Thank you. Agent Guillen, your response and recommendation?
I agree with those recommendations. Seems Mr. Marquez was doing fine, other than when he got into that issue. Reported as instructed. He was employed. He completed his treatment. He was doing very well on parole up until then.
All right, thank you. Mr. Marquez, what would you like me to know? Let's start with the violation. Tell me what happened in relation to the DUI, and then we'll work our way forward.
As I said, as said already, I was doing well. To be blunt, I celebrated prematurely. I was getting UA'd regularly, so it wasn't like I haven't touched hard drugs for years. In addition to my medication, life was okay. I was working, completed my classes. As the lady said, I still intend to do therapy. Due to my incarceration, I know I need help. I just wasn't sleeping, and I admit to everything that was doing. I shouldn't have waited till I was off paper completely before I intended to go to anywhere that I wasn't supposed to, or touch anything that I wasn't supposed to. Other than that, there really isn't much more to say. I mean, I just turned 58 years old. I've been doing this, unfortunately, for a long time. Coming back and then just just losing everything again. I got to go out and start over, but it's not impossible. I have faith that I got a good 10 years in me still, to put my life in order, and I'm not going to do it here. So I hope to have the opportunity to go back out there and get another shot.
All right. How frequently were you consuming alcohol?
That was the only time. As I said, I was getting UA'd through my PO and through Volunteers of America and my therapist. I just wasn't sleeping. My companion would sleep in the morning. I'd come home. We'd stay up late, and just due to anxiety and other issues, I sleep well at night. And so, yeah, when I was woken up in my car, that's the reason why, in addition to the alcohol.
So were you using the alcohol to help you sleep?
No, as I said, I just celebrated prematurely, that's basically it.
Had you been somewhere and then drove home and passed out, or what was the scenario?
Yes, I left my apartment and then went to the liquor store, and that's where I was arrested from the liquor store parking lot.
So you'd been drinking at home then?
Yes. It was all there was all poor choices. To be drinking and to drive and as I said, to go to an establishment where I wasn't supposed to.
All right. Any gang involvement?
No, no, I've never been involved in any gangs.
Any mental health concerns? Any prior diagnosis of anything?
Yes, I got severe anxiety, PTSD. I'm involved in therapy here as much as I can speak with the therapist.
Okay. Are you on any medications?
Yes. On gabapentin and I'm involved in the MAP program as well.
What's the gabapentin for?
The pain, I got a pinched nerve in my neck. My hands are tingly. Yeah, they want to operate on this nerve that's pinched in my neck that affects both of my hands. It's bilateral, goes down both of my arms.
Okay. Any other physical health issues?
I got severe spinal stenosis in my lower back that they will also want to operate on. Yeah, I haven't lived a hard life, I don't think, but yeah, things are just breaking down, as I get older.
Okay. Would those things keep you from being able to be employed, get to where you need to go, things like that?
Physically, I can lift a certain amount of weight, nothing real heavy, probably over 50, 100 pounds. The job that I had was delivering cars for an auction.
Okay.
That's what I intend to do. Nothing physical.
Okay. So what's your plan then? It sounds like you want a termination. If the board does not grant a termination, are you willing to sign a new parole agreement?
Yeah, if that's what they determine, said parole isn't impossible. I was at the point where I was going to be terminated from my sentence, so it's not like I can't, do it again. But I don't feel I need this attachment on me anymore.
Yeah. I mean,
and as my PO said,
just being frank with you though, I don't think they're going to reward you with the termination after having a new DUI.
Right.
I'll definitely note it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't grant it.
I wouldn't ask for it if I wouldn't, had completed and done everything that was required of me.
Okay.
As everybody said, up until this point,
where would you
I'm
live?
a human being, Excuse me?
Where would you live? Do you have an address?
Not at the moment. I've been contacting some sober livings, and that's what I intend to. If not, also the people from the church have been willing to help me with a place to stay until I get into one of the sober livings.
Okay. And then you plan on going back to delivering cars?
Well, as soon as I see how things work out with my license and such,
Okay.
yeah, that's my intention. As a delivery, something along that line, because doing something physical and is not. I can't do that on a consistent basis.
Okay. And where do you have treatment lined up?
I'll go back to the same therapist at Family Counseling Center.
Okay.
On 45th and just below 7th East with Volunteers of America.
Okay.
That's where we're going to my groups at on Redwood Road and 17 South.
Tell me about the dirty UA you had back in August.
That was just, I hadn't even been here 30 days. That was THC for me having my marijuana on the street.
Did you have a marijuana card?
Yes. It was prescribed through my doctor that also prescribes my other medication. My name is Michael Lindsay at the Sugar House Health Center.
Okay.
Dr. Michael Lindsay.
Thanks for clarifying that up for me.
Yes, I've been working with him since I first paroled in 2018.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No, I think we covered it all. I admit to everything, but in addition to this one incident, I was done, and here I am. Yeah, one poor choice.
Agent Gian, anything like that?
No, no, thank you for your time.
Sorry, Agent Gian.
No, we're good. Thank you.
Ms. Conyers?
No, thank you.
All right. Okay, then, Mr. Marquez, I'll accept your admissions to each of the allegations. I'll recommend your parole date of October 4, 2022 be revoked. You've been through this process before, but it's been a minute, so let me just remind you how things are going to work. I'm going to write a report. That report will include council's recommendation as well as AP&P's recommendation. The board members will review it and they'll make a decision on what they expect moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that notice to work its way through the mail and get back to you. But if you have contact with friends or family or anybody on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week. The decision should be posted sometime then, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Other than that, just as I said, listen to job and apartment and everything else. My mother's in assisted living, in these frequent times that I'm in and out of prison, in and out, and she's not getting any older. Other than her, that's the only person that's really immediate in my family.
Okay.
But yeah, I need to be there with her.
Okay. All right, well, we'll
Just
see
wanted to
what
state that.
the board decides moving forward. Anything
Okay,
from
thank you,
anybody
sir.
else?
No, have a good day.
And that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Marchello Alvarez, offender number 159273. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Holmes. Can you see each of them?
Yep. What's up, Holmes?
How do you see her?
Mr. Alvarez, Agent Holmes, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Alvarez, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yep.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney earlier this week?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Let me unmute myself. Thank you. So what we're going to do is on the 3 allegations, enter no contest, please, on all 3.
All right, and your recommendation?
And sorry, my camera stopped working. I'm not sure why.
We can still hear you.
See if I can get it started. Yeah, and just by way of a little bit of explanation, after Nuke, he moved in with the wrong people, unfortunately, and relapsed. So that's kind of what led to the allegations. And he did, when that happened, he did call his PO and he also turned himself in. As to what our request is, he's asking for credit for time served and effectively an immediate release. He's been accepted into the EPIC program, which is a 6-month run program. So that will help him with his sobriety and also stability and transition back to parole so he can be successful.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Agent Holmes, your response recommendation.
We like the recommendation, so we want a parole stipulation for his next parole for completion of the residential treatment program, which he says he's going to be getting into EPIC. The only difference with AP&P is we would recommend 30 more days just to ensure a smooth transition instead of an immediate release. Other than that, we're good with it.
Thank you, Holmes.
And I guess logistically, an immediate release takes about 30 days. So,
okay.
I just usually, I'm sure, especially with the holidays, it's probably going to add a little bit of time. So, are you asking for an additional 30 days, which would be like February or middle of January, end of January would be good?
No, mid-January is fine.
Mid-January. Okay. All right. All right. Thanks, Holmes. Anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Okay. All right. Mr. Alvarez, what would you like me to know? Tell me what happened with the violations and then we'll work our way forward.
Well, I moved in with a friend and it kind of spiraled from there with her and her ex-husband, her selling her house, and I started working at a job site in Ogden, and I go to call my PO, and he tells me that he was like, hey, you have a warrant, and I was like, oh man. So I was gonna come see him in the next few days, and then I got all my stuff ready, like all my clothes, and I started gathering all my stuff, and I see a bunch of cops at an apartment complex, and I pull in because I'm thinking, hey, maybe these guys are here for me. And I pulled into a raid, and cops pulled me out at gunpoint, but I let them know right from the gate. I said, hey, I have a board warrant. Are you with? I thought it was my Derek, but it was this fugitive task force. So I turned myself in and just told them, and then I talked to Derek. I called him from jail, and I was asking if I could do a PvP because, I've been trying to get into Valley Epic, but I finally got a bed and everything ready. So I'm just really looking forward to getting out and working on my future and building a solid foundation on getting my job trade, my CDL, and just focusing on a better future, man. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. Any additional charges with the warrant, or were you just arrested on the warrant?
No.
Just the warrant. Okay. Ms. Conyers mentioned that you relapsed. What drugs or alcohol did you use while you were on parole?
Well, since I've been learning about my ADHD, so I got on Vyvanse, it's Adderall, and then I didn't have it. I would run out, so then I would use a little bit of meth here and there, but it just mess. That's all. But
When you say here and there, what does that mean? How frequently does that mean?
just like on the weekends.
And then how frequently with the bath salts?
Just a couple times. It's too intense for me.
Okay. Are you still affiliated with Ogden Tracy?
No, I have been a non-active gang member for 10 years.
Okay.
Couldn't drop out. I don't bang. I don't do gang stuff.
And then you mentioned ADHD. Any other mental health diagnosis?
PTSD, anxiety, depression.
Okay.
So I'm looking forward to getting this mental health evaluation done and going to this Valley Epic so I can learn more about my mental health problems because I know they're there. I've been doing a lot of time in Max, 10 years, so I want to work on my future.
Okay. Are you currently on any mental health medications?
No, I won't give me none here.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Good.
Nothing that keeps you from being active or holding a job, getting to where you need to go. You're doing well that way?
Nothing.
Okay. So tell me, what do you know about the EPIC program?
From what I hear it's a good place. I hear they teach me a lot. I know that it's not just your average drug program. It's not like 45 days. Like I've already completed a few drug programs. I really like to learn about my problems and how I could address them because I really don't know much about ADHD or PTSD, but I'm learning slowly. I know that it's a 6-month program, so it's kind of intense, but I mean, I'm willing to take that step because I've done the Haven, I've done Castledale, and those have helped me a lot. I really, when I get out, I don't parole. I don't commit new crimes. I mean, the old me used to be wild and reckless, but now I think I overthink stuff, and I think this place is going to help me overthink to where I'll be able to use the tools to pave my way to a better future.
Okay. And have you already been accepted into the program, or they're just waiting for a parole date then?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I think those are all the questions that sorry, not quite. You said you were working on your CDL. Are you going to be able to work while you're in the EPIC program, or do you have to wait until you're done with it?
You get to work after 45 days. So.
Okay. And then are you CDL, is that what you're doing, or what kind of?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do, my CDL.
Okay.
Heavy equipment operator's license.
Okay. All right, anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No.
Agent Holmes, anything like that?
No.
Ms. Connors?
Nope, thank you.
All right, Mr. Alvarez, I'll accept your no contest pleas to each of the allegations, and I'll recommend your parole date of June 25th, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process plenty of times, so you know what to expect. I'll write a report. That report will include Agent Holmes' recommendation as well as Ms. Conyers' recommendation. The board members will review it to make their decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. That could take a couple of weeks, as you know. But if you have contact with friends or family on the outside, they can start checking the board's website next week. The decision should be posted sometime next week, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
All right.
All right, anything from anybody?
No.
Hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Holmes. All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Aaron Tipler, offender number 197447. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Schilling. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Tipler, Agent Schilling, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tipler, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney? You probably met with Mr. Brummer on Monday.
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. What we'd like to do today is he will admit to number 1, and we are asking that number 2 be dismissed. The absconsion, we have some more information about that. So we're asking to deny number 2 and ask that it be dismissed.
Agent Schilling, your response to dismissing number 2?
I'm fine with that. It was somewhat questionable as far as if he was still staying where he had previously been staying or not. And the information I received was from his employer, so I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay.
With that, Ms. Conyers, recommendation?
And he is asking for, with the one allegation, this was a second attempt at parole and he's been in custody now, it seems like a couple of months. He is asking for 90 days and another opportunity at parole. He has a job waiting for him, and sounds like some other opportunities that he'll be discussing. And so he is asking for that opportunity and sounds like he knows what he needs to do to be successful.
Okay. Is that 90 days with credit for time served?
Yes, credit for time served. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else you'd like to add, Ms. Conyers?
Not at this time. Thank you.
All right. Agent Schilling, your response recommendation?
I agree. Aaron does know what he needs to do. It's his second parole for this case, but I think it's like his 6th or 7th or 8th parole overall. Basically, he knows what he needs to do to succeed. My concerns, this parole, as I've supervised him off and on for about 12 years. So I tend to understand his patterns pretty well, I think. I don't know that he was ever clean, this parole, to tell you the truth. I had some concerns that maybe he got out of prison not clean, which probably made it hard to stay clean on parole. I don't know. He just seemed a little bit different and off this parole. And I feel like I kind of know him pretty well. So, that's just my opinion. I don't have anything to back that, proof wise as far as prison use or anything like that. But I just want to make sure that he has everything lined up to succeed on parole if he's offered another parole, as far as stable residence and a place to work, which work is never an issue for him to find work. So I just want to make sure that he kind of knows what he needs to do and has all that lined out before he's let out again. I don't have a problem with him paroling.
Are you okay with the 90 days or are you asking for additional time?
No, I'm fine with that.
Anything else you'd like to add?
No, he's capable of succeeding. He gets in his own way a lot.
Jeez. That's the truth.
I mean, like I said, 12 years of supervising him. I feel like he's like one of my kids at this point. So
I was going to say, you've almost raised him, right?
I refer to a lot of my parolees as my kids, and he's definitely one of them. So
yeah.
All right, Mr. Tipler, I've heard from everybody but you. What led to the violations and why are we here?
I think this time I was sober when I got out. I'll just be honest with you. I was using Suboxone when I was incarcerated the last time. Now this time I'm on the Suboxone program, so I'm using it legally and it helps me a lot. But I think last time when I got out, I was in a very, very rough spot with my ex-wife. Well, she was my wife at the time. I just signed my divorce papers and finally got that all out of the way. And I think that was the very toxic cycle that I was wrapped up in. And I'm glad to be out of it now. So that's all done and taken care of. I just signed my divorce papers about a month ago in here and sent them to Washington County to the courts. So as far as when I get out, like that's what sucks is like, and I should have checked in with Sierra. I know that. And I was just waiting. I think I had an appointment with her on October 21st or 23rd.
He was buying his time
And I was
while
just,
he was dirty.
I was just waiting to go and tell her everything. Like I'd gotten a new job. But as far as like my ex-wife saying that she hadn't heard from me, that's total bull crap. Like that's a lie. She shut my phone off. I didn't block her. She shut my phone off. I didn't have a phone because she shut my phone off. So there's just a lot of stuff, but I understand why I'm here. I didn't do the right things. I didn't check in with her. So when I get out, and that was another thing too, is that she found out I went to go visit my friend, which is a girl also. So she didn't like that. So, but I think that's, yeah, I don't know. I think that's all I have for now.
Okay. Tell me, how were you arrested?
In Sevier County.
Okay. There's no additional charges? You just arrested on your warrant? Okay.
No.
But there were interesting circumstances to that arrest, right, Aaron?
What do you mean?
The people that you were arrested with, wasn't APMP there during the arrest? Because they were looking for the guy, like you were with two people, and the guy that they were looking at was a fugitive?
Yes, so no, they were looking for a guy that was hanging, I guess had been to her house in the recent weeks. And he was on the run. I didn't know him. I had no idea who this guy was. And so when they pulled us over, they're like, "Oh, you don't look like Miguel, whatever." And I'm like, "No, I don't." And then I told them right away, "Hey, here's my ID. Like I'm on parole. Like I don't have nothing to hide. Like you search me, whatever." And they're like, "Oh, well, you have a warrant." I'm like, "What? No way. Like there's no way."
But ultimately, the thing is this, like, and you've known this for over a decade, that with me, communication is the key
Is
to
everything.
freedom and success. And so
Mhm.
if your situation changes with your wife, which it did every other week, and I worked through that with you multiple times over the years, the right thing to do would have been to come to the office and talk to me and let me know that things had changed. Instead, you don't come to the office because you're dirty, you're buying yourself time. We both know you were dirty, but whatever. You're buying yourself, and I have other information or resources that can confirm that. But regardless, you're buying yourself time to come check in with me so you can spend that 3 days getting clean, whatever. So you can come be clean when you check in with me. But you're in another county. I've always said when you go to another county overnight or you're not at your residence overnight, what do I always say?
Call you, make sure.
Let me know. If you don't have a phone, I'm sure the chick you were with had a phone. If you don't have a phone, you were in a vehicle, you could have driven to the office. Like there's multiple things you
I
could
know.
have done differently. And it was just in your pattern of poor choices that ended up, I got a warrant to save you from yourself, in all honesty, because you were already headed back down the exact same path you had before.
You're absolutely right. You're 100% right. Absolutely. I'm not denying any that, and that's what I said, like that. I started out bad this time on parole because of my situation. I just didn't feel, obviously, where I went home and it was pure chaos. Like it was,
Like I said, you were off. Your mentality
Yeah,
was
it
different
was-
this time than any other time.
right. And I think this time's a lot better. Like I said, I'm out of that toxic cycle and situation, and I'm just, I'm exhausted. I'm like, the weight's way off my shoulders now. I'm excited to get back out there and go to work.
Any drug or alcohol use while you were out?
This last time?
Yeah.
Yes.
What did you use?
Meth.
Okay. How frequently?
when I did get arrested, I was clean. You can call Sevier County because they drug tested me, because in order to go back to the population, you have to be drug tested. So I was clean then, but I probably used meth, I don't know, at least 4 or 5 times.
It was just like a couple weeks before that when he was in between checking in with me.
Mm-hmm.
Any other drugs?
No, just Suboxone. I'm on Suboxone, but
You're on Suboxone?
yes.
Any gang involvement?
No.
How's your mental health? Any history of any kind of diagnosis?
No.
Anxiety, depression, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Besides the normal, I guess. I
was just that because you've got a mental health level C, so I didn't know if you'd had something in the past.
I don't know what that means. Yeah. Is that bad?
No.
Yeah.
No. Any physical health concerns?
No.
You're able to hold a job, get to where you need to go, be active, things like that.
Yes.
Go out and run a marathon.
Not a marathon.
Awesome, I'll sign you up.
Yeah. You're doing it with me.
What would your plan be then if the board grants you another parole?
To parole, I have a girlfriend in Sevier County, but
Sevier County.
Oh boy, here we go. It's the girlfriend solution again.
no, it's she's good. Like, she's good. And
is this the girl you were picked up with?
Yes, she is good though. I promise you. Like, she doesn't get high. She's not involved with any of that stuff. Like, that guy just happened to be like at her house or like stop by her house or something. And I know it sounds bad. I know it does. It sounds bad, but does sound bad. But she doesn't hang out with people like that. Like, so I don't know. But and I plan on just to go right back to work, man. And I plan on getting in. Well, when I left, I was working for JP, or when I got arrested, I was working for JP Excavating.
Okay.
Sierra. I didn't tell you that, but
That would be good information for your
Yeah.
people to have.
yeah, I did get a new job within like few weeks or whatever.
Is that generally the kind of employment you do, is excavation work?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what about treatment?
I need to get into some sort of intensive outpatient. I need to get into some sort of, I think this time what I'm going to do, this is what I want to do. I want to find a good like MAT treatment that's going to actually, I feel like with MAT, with my Suboxone, because I feel like that helps me a lot, but I feel like some like clinics or whatever, they half-ass it, excuse my language, but they kind of, and then I feel like there's some that are like really good, like 4 points health. They have like a really good, where you go like 3 or 4 days a week. You go to classes 3 or 4 days a week and you're drug tested like all the time. So I think I need some sort of treatment. I can't do it by myself. I know that. So
My suggestion would just to be careful of the ones that try to switch you over to methadone.
Oh yeah, no.
And then increase dosages, and because to me, that just shows they're for profit. That's just my opinion. I'm not a medical professional, but if they put you on methadone and start increasing the dosages, I don't know that they're necessarily there to help you.
Yeah, no, I don't even think 4 points does methadone.
No, they
I
don't.
think
I
yeah.
like 4 points.
Was there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No, I think it's cool that you guys started the Suboxone program here in the prison. I think that's cool, but that's it.
Agent Shilling, anything to add?
I'm sorry, what?
Anything to add?
No, I just want Aaron to grow up and adult and not keep ending up back in prison. So
Sound advice.
he's a likable kid.
Well, and you know, Mr. Tipper, I'll tell you, and it sounds like you probably know this already. AP&P can work with you on just about everything unless you take off and don't tell them where you're at.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's the one thing that they really can't work with. That's when they get warrants, so.
Right.
You
I
know.
I
understand
even
that.
got him McDonald's the last time I took him back to prison.
She did.
He was
Who does
upset
that?
because they didn't have jelly for his hash brown or whatever, but I was like,
All right.
listen, if I'm buying you breakfast on the way back to prison, that shows something.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I appreciate it, Sierra. Thank you.
Ms. Conyers, anything you'd like to add?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tipler, I'll accept your admission to allegation 1. I'll note your denial to allegation 2 and recommend that it be dismissed. I will recommend that your parole date of September 3rd, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process before, so you know what to expect. I'll write a report. That report will include APMP's recommendation as well as council's recommendation. The board members will review it and they'll make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that notice to work its way through the mail and get back to you. So in the meantime, if you have contact with friends or family on the outside, you can let them know to check the board's website next week. It should be posted next week sometime, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything from anybody?
No, good luck, Aaron.
Thank you, Sierra.
That'll conclude the
See ya.
hearing. Thanks, everyone. All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation for Miss Stephanie NEIDIG, offender number 168666. Present for the hearing is Ms. Conyers, counsel for Ms. NEIDIG. APMP is not present, nor is Ms. NEIDIG, who elected to just have counsel represent her today. Ms. Conyers, I know there's a pending charge that I believe scheduled for court sometime in January. How would you like to proceed?
That's correct. It's on a third-degree felony theft. We'd like to deny the allegations at this time, and we'll continue it for, let's do the 90 days.
Okay. So what I'll do today is I'll take denials on each of the allegations as a placeholder. Recommend a continuance for 90 days and a paper review at that time to see if the charges have been resolved. And then we can bring her back accordingly. Anything else you'd like to add or do today, Ms. Conyers?
That's it. Thanks so much.
That'll conclude the hearing then. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Happy holidays. See you soon.
Happy holidays.
On record.
Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Larry Dunn, offender number 139022. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Larry Dunn Jr.
Thank you. My name's Melissa Stapler. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Okanowski. But before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Before we start, I do want to know that this hearing is a 15-minute hearing. I will be hearing from APMP, Ms. Conyers and Mr. Dunn. So we do need to just make sure we keep up with the time allotted for this hearing. Sir, I saw you met with Ms. Conyers. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what the board may consider when you making their decision. So currently, we do have 4 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
We'll waive reading of the allegations. Let's try this. Let's admit number 1. We're going to deny and ask to strike numbers 2 and 3, and then no contest on 4, if the agent would agree with that.
Okay. APP, what do you want to do with 2 and 3?
No, all the allegations are nothing but the truth, so we want to keep all of them.
So can we discuss this for a second? So he did get a loan. So he admits to getting the loan and purchasing a vehicle. He maintains that, however, that it wasn't. So I want to kind of confirm what the allegation is, because he is adamantly denies that it came from either Santa Romana, and I apologize if I'm saying the name wrong. He categorically denies that the money came from either of those individuals, and that the money came from himself and through cryptocurrency. So he's already admitted to number 1, getting the loan without the agent permission. So I guess, do you believe, agent, that with 2 and 3 that you can prove that money did come from them and that it's some sort of fraud? Because I'm not exactly sure what the allegations are.
Yes, 100%. So we have his phone. LEB has his phone, where there is plenty of proof of Mr. Dunn communicating with, I don't know how to pronounce that name, but the lady, I met her as well. And when she admits, well, through the text messages, to sending him the money, there are photos of the money, there are photos of her going to the bank, there are photos of her sending the money itself through the post. So yeah, there is no doubt that how he obtained the money for it.
And is the problem that you believe that's fraud?
The problem is that I spoke with that lady, and Mr. Dunn is a compulsive liar. That everything he says, everything, like, I never had a person ask him on my caseload. Everything Mr. Dunn says is a lie. There is not.
Okay. Well, in the interest of justice, or in the interest of time, agent, I'm really sorry, because I know we're super limited. I'm just trying to make sure what you're saying the allegation is that he received this money from this woman and that he lied about it. Is that what the allegation is?
Yes. So the number 2 says that he cannot get any funds or property without the prior express written permission.
Okay,
from me.
Got it.
I didn't get any of this. I actually asked him about it, and he kept lying until like the very end when he was in the call. So yeah.
Okay, understood. So Mr. Dunn, you've heard what your agent has said and the evidence that he believes he has for an evidentiary hearing. That is something. So I guess your choice here now is on numbers 2 and 3, since AP&P won't strike them, is to say no contest to them or to have the evidentiary hearing.
Well, the evidence that he is bringing is the same evidence that I'm bringing. It's my money. It originated from me 100% because I have it.
Sir,
Somebody
let me
else
stop
sent
you
it
there.
to me.
Sir, let me stop you. It's either, do you want to do no contest or go for an evidentiary?
So I have already lost everything, my job, nursing school. And so if we go on an evidence.
Sir, the reason why I'm stopping you is if you offer an evidentiary hearing, you can take that to the hearing. So I need to know which way you want to go.
And what am I saying then, ma'am? I guess I got deflected in my brain. What am I saying?
So the allegation number 2 is basically saying that you did get money from Santa Romana and that you did not get express written permission from the other person and your parole agent in making that transfer and receiving those funds. And number 3 is that when you were asked about it, that you weren't truthful about how you acquired the money for your car loan. Did I summarize that properly, agent?
And how is it then that when LEB interviews me and we go over it linearly, point by point by point, he feels very comfortable about how I acquired it and how I'm not doing anything wrong whatsoever and how she sent it up here to me. So how can there be two sides of the story when LEB spent probably an hour and a half with me?
I mean, I
Again-
can't answer that, so.
No, I was just gonna say, that's why I need to know if AT&P is not going to dismiss these allegations. So if you want to take it to evidentiary and discuss that with the board member, you can, or the only other option is the no contest plea.
It's hard to swallow because now I'm gonna lose the apartment and the car that I've been paying for through till the end of January. So now I've lost everything.
So which way do you want to go?
Ms. Connors, what do you say?
Nope, I can't make this decision for you, sir. You've admitted number one, said no contest to number four. You need to decide if, and you don't need to say admit, but you need to say either no contest that you did receive those funds from other people and then you weren't truthful about it to AP&P, or you heard the evidence that the agent would bring at an evidentiary hearing. And it sounds like you have evidence to the contrary, so you would be able to present that at a hearing.
Well, yes, and that's why I brought the emails today, but
this isn't,
but then I would lose
unfortunately, I know
everything.
this takes a lot of time, but this isn't the time for an evidentiary hearing, unfortunately.
What will happen to me, ma'am, if I say then no contest, Judge? Ms. Shipley, Ms. Shipley, is it?
I'm a hearing officer. My last name is Stapley. So what will happen if you plead no contest is we'll go over these allegations. I'll ask you some questions regarding the allegations. We'll also discuss your plans for release, how you did on parole, just like a regular hearing. But when I turn it over to the board's going to see that you did plead no contest to allegations 2, 3, and 4, along with the admission to allegation 1. At that point, the board will make their determination on whether to give you a release date, schedule you for another hearing. They could also choose to go to an evidentiary. I won't know the outcome because I'm not the decision maker.
If I say no contest, can I leave the emails with you today?
Yeah, we can take copies of that. I'll submit it to the board. And again, the board will also consider AP&P's position as well. So we can just see what the outcome is if you plead no contest. One thing I do have to warn you though is if you enter those pleas, you would not be able to go back and change those or request the evidentiary hearing.
Okay. Okay.
So what is your plea for allegation 2?
I'm going to plead no contest and I will leave the emails here with you today.
Okay, and number 3, what's your plea? It was for failing to be truthful with AP&P about your financials.
No contest, ma'am.
Okay, sir, based off your admission, allegation 1 and no contest pleas to allegations 2 through 4, I am going to recommend the board revoke your April 9th, 2024 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Actually, in the interest of, I do know that Mr. Dunn is anxious, as he said, to get back on parole just as soon as possible. That would be our request, as he's been waiting for quite some time. So we would ask for his immediate release so that he doesn't lose his apartment, and I'll let him summarize the rest of his release plan for you.
Okay, thank you. AP&P, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, so I really tried to do to help Mr. Dunn change and do his parole. And I know that he was incarcerated for a very long time, and he probably had a hard time with the whole parole, but there is no will for him at all to change. His original crime and his new allegations are exactly the same thing. He's just, I mean, if we release him from prison, he will commit more crimes. He will obtain more debts and more financial, there is like no doubt. So with all of that to say, I think Mr. Dunn should terminate his sentence from the prison. That there is no change, no evidence whatsoever that he changed at all during all these 20 years at the prison.
Okay. I just have a couple questions.
Yes, please.
Was the GPS used this parole? I know that there was the issue with that.
So yeah, I understand the question. So like I said, he lies about everything. So there is no a question I can ask him without him being truthful about it. So with the GPS, he said that he never agreed to it and that he didn't have money.
Yes,
I know
true.
he's lying that he didn't agree to it because, I mean, he was the one signing the parole agreement, but I believe that he didn't have the money. So we tried, he was saying that which was all lies, that his father is a captain of the prison. I mean, bunch of just complete nonsense. And we were kind of like trying to figure out, like, to help him. Didn't know what to do. He was calling board of pardons, and board of pardons actually contacted me about it, and they said that if he's to contact the board of pardons and lies and manipulates the board of pardons, he can return to prison. I still was trying to work with him. So as a sentence, he got a GPS. So we put our GPS, not like the board wanted,
Right.
on his cost, but on our cost.
Okay, was it recovered?
We got the GPS from. So I was not the one transporting him to jail, but I do believe, and apparently Larry would confirm if I'm saying the truth. But I think we got it at the jail, the GPS.
Okay.
From his leg, yeah. So I don't think
And
there's
then-
any restitution to it. That's how this happened, Larry. Yeah, I'm not 100%, but I do not believe that we lost the GPS. I think we took the GPS from him.
And then I read the report. I don't think there's any pending charges, correct?
No. So what's happened, I show up at his house one day and he wasn't there, and I noticed a new car and I touched the hood and the hood was very warm. So I confronted him. I said, like, do you have a car? And at the beginning, he tried to say that he didn't, but then he admitted that he obtained the car, and he showed me all the paperwork of the loan documents. And so that's how I discovered that he took the loan for that car. And that raised my suspicions. So then I asked him to show me his phone, and then I discover. So no, before then, I track his GPS, so we can go and like do the history of his GPS tracking. And I saw that he was going from bank to bank, from loan place to the loan place, like a lot of different places, to obtain different, to try to get the different loans. Then I checked his phone, and on the phone I found hundreds of emails between him and different institutions about loans, and that's how we all kind of like start seeing like what he was doing. And then I met the lady he brought from out of state, and she also kind of like bought in completely to his stories about helping her son. Like it was complete scam. And then she refused that she gave him any money. But then when I asked her, I said, like, ma'am, you need to tell me the truth. She started like shaking. She's older, shaking and crying. And I knew there was something. So then I checked her phone, no, his phone, and I found the communication between. So I asked her for her number. And I looked for that phone number on his phone, and I found the communication when she was sending him all the money and packages.
Okay. All right. So is there anything else, APMP?
No, no.
Okay. All right. Thank
Okay.
you.
Very well. If last one, like, it's very, very complicated.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually not as hard decision, because Larry Dunn believes in his own lies, and it's so hard to kind of like, you know, like if someone kind of like knows that they're lying, it's easier versus him when everything he's gonna tell you, I mean, is complete lie. So it is so hard to supervise someone like him. Even though I really try, and I ask supervision for different ways, and we try different ways, and just it's not working with him.
Okay.
And he admitted, oh, I'm sorry, last thing, which should be noted, he admitted openly to my partner that the money, that why he is like $1.3 million, what his original sentence, he laughed about it, and he said that the board never gets any of this money, and those money are, I would have to ask my partner, but he told him on some island next to Ireland, and they're in a bank, and we're never gonna get it. So Agent Holmes is the one who he told all of that about.
All right. Got it. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay, Mr. Dunn, let's go through these allegations. Really, just to simplify, allegation number one is you purchased a car with a car loan. On the parole agreement that you signed, it states that you're prohibited from doing that without prior written permission from APMP. So what do you want to tell me about that?
It's simple. I am so proud of what happened. The antithesis of what Mr. Okanowski just shared with you. 2 + 2 is 4, no matter how much the other person says it's 5 or 3. I did not know that I was not supposed to. I fully admit this part of the allegations. I bought a car.
Okay.
I only did,
All
though,
right,
at
so
month 5.
I just have a question, though. You signed your parole agreement on May 15th of 2024. Did you not read the?
And this is the 2 + 2 is 4 part. We had tablets. We didn't get paperwork. Mr. Westerman did not give us the parole agreement. I asked Oki for a copy of it, and he says to grammar request it, but I didn't need to worry about it because it just says don't do anything wrong, don't do any crime. And so I didn't need to ever think about it. And so it never even crossed my mind. The person that he assigned me to on a weekly basis to go German, I was leading up 2-3 weeks to buying the car. It was all talked about. There's no secrecy. She reports to him everything I do with work or the car. And so the only reason I bought the car is he sent me to a class. So I can't go on Mondays to at 1 p.m. come back home, go back to a class at 6 p.m. It's $125 on Lyft. I did it 2 weeks in a row, and I jokingly said, "I'm gonna have to buy a car now." It wasn't even a. If I would have known I needed to ask permission, I would have asked permission. It just never even crossed my mind. So I apologize. I apologize
Okay,
for that.
let's go to number 2. APMP. It was the no contest plea for.
Yes, so I've been over with LEB just quickly. LEB, we went over it dollar for dollar where I transferred it from. I sent it down there. I needed it to make sure that it was into the U.S. financial system. I was not robbed, but you'll have to talk to the LEB guy more. But he had some term that was called.
The Board of Pardons isn't investigation.
Oh, I
agency.
thought you guys have already talked to them or something.
So,
okay. So I got a $25,000 settlement back from some females, some girls that had taken some money from me. And so I'm bringing Julieta up here. I'm never at home. It was delivered once to my place. We had it sent down there to her. She sent it back up here to me. I've never been to a whole bunch of banks that he references. That's factually inaccurate. I have two
Why
banks.
were you
I have-
sending your settlement to this offender's mom and then having her?
She's
send it
my
back?
mom. She's my mom now. My
Oh,
mom
okay.
passed away. My mom passed away in prison, and Val and me lived together 8.5 years. So he's become like my little brother. I care for that little guy. He's way bigger than me. And so his
So why
mom
were
over
you
the years
sending
has
the
become my
money?
mom. And she flew up here. I paid for everything up here. It's always been my money. I flew her up here to visit Val. In the midst of that, Oki arrested me. So she had to fly back home on her own. This
So
is
why were you sending that settlement money to her and then her sending it back? I don't understand.
well, I work 7 on, 7 off. I typically end up working 9 on and then 5 off. And so when it came, I was needing the money really bad. And so I needed it really bad. And so I asked her if she would accept it down there. She did. And we found out that she can't mail it up here. That's illegal. So I'm trying to do everything that's so snazzy, so on the board, honest. So we put it into the account and it came to me. So end of story. Just no shenanigans at all. None. In fact, I'm paying
Okay,
for
so
to fix
number
her apartment up,
three-
or sorry, her home up. Go ahead.
So number 3, APMP says, failure to be truthful and accurate in regards to your financial and asset information with your agent. He lists an $18,000 transfer, a loan for $16,000 from America First, and your multiple Bitcoin platform accounts. So were you trying to keep information from your agent regarding your financial?
Absolutely, categorically not. He told you that he looked at the phone when he came by the house. He did not. He looked at my phone when I went to show up and he sees the investings and he's like, oh, this is evil. You can't do this. And he represents that I'm a liar. That's factually inaccurate. From the beginning, my very first interview that I'm reporting on, I get 3 dirties. I've never done dope in my life. And I incrementally get mad with my personality. I wig out. I accept full responsibility for that. That's the other time he looked at my phone, but I hadn't started investing yet. And he didn't look at the phone until I show up to report at month 5.5. He did not look at the phone. Factually. Never.
Okay, so when he asked you about it, did you tell him the truth?
I'm trying, let me share with you, this is what happens. Mr. Dunn, explain to me. I try and explain to him the same way as LEB. Whoever works for that young man, he did a great job. It was an 1.5-hour interview. He let me talk. This happened. Mr. Alkanowski will say this, stop. Mr. Dunn, stop. And I've already started. So I'm like, okay, I can't stop. I got to share. You just told me to tell you. Just a second. And then, so we never got through to anything. And then I was supposed to show back up on Monday. And then he said, screw it, we're just going to arrest you right now. So I got arrested.
Okay.
Did
and
not
then
look at the phone until that day.
Finally, is the GPS monitoring. You didn't want to pay for it. And this is according to the allegation.
Yeah.
You didn't want to pay for it. You tried to manipulate APMP.
Yeah.
Then you called the Board of Pardons, spoke to a hearing officer.
Yep.
And attempted the same thing. In the end, APMP ended up paying the financial for that. So what do you want to tell me about that?
So look, here's the deal. I did something heinous in our society a long time ago, and I paid significantly for that. Nobody else does this type of time for this crime, and I've paid exceedingly for it. I own that. However, Oki's the one that's lying on this. I can't pay anything. I don't even have money for food in the beginning when I got out. The Mormons gave me some free food that I lived on in the beginning. My sister-in-law gave me 2 $200 prepaid visas that I also used. I couldn't even get food stamps in the beginning because I had this job that was starting. And so I can't pay for anything. He says that he's not involved, but he was. He says, well, go. He was really nice about it. I give him props. Mr. Dunn, why don't you call the board and get them to help you and figure it out? So I said, all right, great. I called the board. One of your female people was just awesome with me. She was, Mr. Dunn, that sounds fine. Why don't you call him back to us tomorrow? Go get him just to support you and write it something.
Sir,
So I go back to Oki.
The problem I have with that, sir, is the way that the Board of Pardons and APMP works. We don't operate that way.
I'm just
We
telling
wouldn't
you, then you can
have
say I'm lying. I'm telling you what
back and-
happened.
Well,
I'm just
that's
telling
fine.
you
I
what
spoke
happened.
to the other hearing officer as well before this hearing. So I'll take what you're telling me. However, our process doesn't work that way. So unless the hearing officer's lying, APMP's
To his
lying.
credit, he was really congenial with me. He says, yeah, if the board, let's go work this. So I went back to him. Let me just finish by saying this. I went back to him and he was still fine. But he did say, nope, Junior, I can't send this email saying that we're going to pay for it or whatever. And so I figured, okay, I'll call him back again. And one of your colleagues, it's a male now, is not a good guy. He starts using the word manipulator. You can't manipulate out of it. We're not going to pay for it. I was like, guy, I can't pay for it. And he hung up on me. So I went back to Oki, and to Oki's credit, now he says, Mr. Dunn, what we're going to do is going to give you a small violation. It's no big deal. And I was really grateful for that because I can't pay for anything in the beginning. And it would have been nice to say, all right, at month 3, you got to go get your own, but nobody brought that up again. So I'm thankful. And Oki did say it's no big deal. It's just a small write-up. So I thought no big deal. But it's not manipulating. It's not lying, ma'am. All those
Okay,
words have got to
so-
stop.
Just in hearing you talk about the allegations, I just want to make sure, number 3 and 4, you said APMP lied. Are you still okay entering the no contest, please?
I think I was referencing the phone. He did not look at the phone and he just represented, maybe that's fine. He just doesn't remember. And he doesn't remember that he cut it off, the ankle monitor. He's the one that went in with Reyes, a Latino, really good officer from here at the prison too. And they cut it off and Oki had it in his hand. So, I mean, these are things that are just not lies. They're just truth.
Okay. So
look, I'm trying, ma'am. I thought I was doing so good. I really was. I'm taking care of my little brother's Val's mom, flying her up here, fixing their house. She lives in a trailer shack or you know, those trailers. She doesn't have a dime to her name.
So we're really over on time.
I'm
So
sorry,
I just
ma'am.
have a couple questions about your plans if you were to get a release. Where do you plan to live?
524 East, 4800 South, Murray. It's paid up through the end of
Murray?
January. The car is paid through the 17th or the 23rd.
Okay, so do you work?
I did work, and I have a letter from my boss saying that I was a great member of at the hospital.
Do you plan on going back there or?
I'm pretty sure they're not going to allow me to go back because it was in patient care. And if you mess up in patient care, I got arrested, even though she knows all about this. I left patients not stranded, but they had to, find people to come in probably and stuff. It probably wasn't very good because I did take on and out a bigger role than just there. And I was applying for the IB team. I was in nursing school. I was asking Oki's help in writing a letter of reference even for that. I will give him a lot of props. He hasn't given me any, but I will give him a lot of props. I do not want to be under his aegis though. I want somebody that wants to be my mentor.
The board has nothing.
I know,
to do with
but
who
I'm
you're assigned
asking
to.
for that. I want somebody to say, hey, why'd you buy a car, guy? I
All
thought I
right, so
couldn't
let's
buy a
talk
car.
about your mental health. So since you've been back in custody, have you worked with them at all? Are you on medication? What's your mental health like?
So, I took Zoloft, but I don't think I need it. I don't need Zoloft.
So how would you rate your mental health?
I'm angry, but I think that's emotional health. But then within my anger, I understand that my past, I guess, is going to follow me forever. But after a while, people need to stop saying lie, 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 because I was doing banging. I'm taking care of somebody else that has no money for themselves. I've got a great job. I'm in nursing school. I went through legal to get through all these things. I mean, that's a big deal to have a felon. First felon at IHC to get into patient care in 17 years. That's what they told me.
And then, here's what's going to happen. Go ahead and give whatever documentation you want the board to see to one of the officers. They'll scan it, send it, and I'll be sure to include it with my report. What I'll do is take your pleas and everything you've told me, along with what is sent over here, submit it to the board. Along with that, I'm going to submit the recommendation from your attorney and also the recommendation from APMP. In the next 7 to 10 days, you should find out from the board their decision. It'll come to you in inmate mail. And at that time, if you do get a parole date, you'll find out what the special conditions are. I would suggest you read those.
They're giving the
And-
paperwork now. They are now. They started in June. Everybody gets their parole agreement, whereas Westerman did not give the parole agreement. It was on the tablet only. So-
Okay, so in the next 7 to 10 days, you'll find out their decision. At this time, I am going to conclude the hearing, and sorry, wish you luck. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am,
so much.
can I apologize for buying that car? And I will run a real tight ship and have that paperwork with me in the future, all right? Put it on my fridge.
Okay, have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am. Cheers.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Joshua Lawson, offender number 173936. Is that you, sir?
It is.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Jorgensen, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
So do.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney on Monday?
I did. Thank you.
Okay, just so you know, Ms. Conyers is here representing you today. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
I did.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what the board may use when making their decision. So currently you have 4 allegations. Before we start, I am going to take note of a couple cases. The first one is case number 2419-12856, attempted fail to stop at command of law enforcement, is a Class A misdemeanor. It was reduced to a Class B misdemeanor on December 6, 2024. You did receive credit for time served. Case closed. The other case is case number 241-000-797, interfering with a peace officer, Class B misdemeanor. It's attached to allegation 4 on the warrant. Right now you have a pretrial setting for December 20th, 2024. Currently, we do have those 4 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations, and he will admit to all of them. And number 4, you can take judicial notice as just discussed.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, based off of your admissions to allegations 1 through 4, I am going to recommend the board revoke your June 4th, 2024 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. What we're asking for is, it sounds like, just by way of explanation first, is it sounds like a lot of things were happening. It sounds like he had an idea of what the treatment program would be, but got kicked out of it after not wanting to fulfill that treatment because it wasn't what he thought it was. He was in good communication with his first PO, but that PO left and got switched, and so then there was a communication gap. And most tragically, his girlfriend died, and he spiraled. So a lot of things happening that led to these allegations. However, our recommendation is that we're asking for is an immediate release and a parole. He'd like to start at a halfway house where he can transition and stabilize. And it sounds like he does know what he needs. This was his first parole, but it sounds like he knows what he needs to do to be successful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Agent Jorgensen?
Thank you. Mr. Lawson was thoroughly educated on what the Building Beginnings program was when he submitted it. We had discussed it. He, reported that it was a great program and he was hoping to finish it. And then he just decided to abscond instead. Regarding his girlfriend dying, I don't know whether that's true or not. The female that's contacted me several times to assure me there would be no domestic violence charges in relation to the arrest mentioned in the warrant request. She stated that they've been together for a long time, so I don't know if the girlfriend dying is accurate. At the time of the booking, I gave it as much time as I could. He had only been booked on the interfering charge that you just mentioned, and the other one had not yet shown up in court exchange, or else that would have been added as an allegation as well. The attempted failure to stop. I gave Mr. Lawson plenty of opportunity to try to get back into compliance. I were aware they were, technicals, and I was more than willing to try to get him into an equivalent program. And instead he just decided to cease all contact and disappear. I contacted his dad, who eventually returned my call, and he said that this is the same thing Mr. Lawson has been doing since he was a juvenile, the same games, so to speak, back and forth with, whoever is the supervising authority. Something as simple as even the mention of his unresolved warrant. That was a 2021 case for a Class B misdemeanor. All he had to do, he had signed a promise to appear. All he had to do was show up and take care of that. And instead he had a contempt warrant issued. He still has a cash bill only on that, even though it's been recalled. Mr. Lawson is simply not willing to be supervised. I probably should have submitted an amended warrant request and added the additional court case for the attempted failure to stop. But with it being a Class B misdemeanor, case closed, and you've already taken judicial notice of it. And then the situation around the arrest, he had a board warrant. Rather than take any accountability, he fled from the police officers, and then he created a SWAT standoff. When there was no domestic violence to begin with, he would have been booked on the warrant only. But because of his refusal to cooperate with law enforcement as required by his parole agreement, he created a SWAT standoff. So with regard to a specific time frame, I would just submit it to the board and ask them to decide whether creating a SWAT standoff unnecessarily in itself justifies a public safety exception. And I would ask the board to consider the length of his criminal history dating to 2006 and the same behavior over and over and over. I know it's his first parole on the most recent conviction, but I hope the board looks at the overall circumstances, and that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Lawson, let's go through these allegations. Number 1 and number 3 have to do with your failure to report. It looks like July 15th, July 30th, APMP messaged you after August 1st twice, trying to contact you. They went to your home, trying to contact you several times, but ultimately you absconded. Why did you abscond?
So I'm not one for standing up here and making excuses, ma'am. But,
Well,
I
that's
did.
good.
Yes, I believe integrity and honesty get you a long ways. I'm not gonna, beat around the bush, so to speak. And be honest, I lost my phone, the phone that I had Mr. Jorgensen's number in, and this was before the initial him taking off for medical leave. So under my phone at the time, I had 2 different parole officers, and they were under the same name. So my impression was that I was texting Mr. Jorgensen as opposed to his fill-in who took his caseload, Tyler Olson, I believe. And the entire time I thought I was, communicating with him, versus Mr. Jorgensen. So there was that, and then I had gotten my phone stolen due to public transport. Taking the bus to and from Utah County all the way to Davis County, where my family's from. I'm going to be honest with you, I did not deal so well with the grievance. Let's get this, I guess, fixed up. It was my ex-girlfriend had passed away, not the one narration that is, being referred to as the one that's contacted Mr. Jorgensen. And that being said, I had learned a lot from the Conquest program. I come a long way as far as admittance to the behaviors. I didn't do so well this time out. I didn't feel that the sober living I went to allowed me to be on MAT treatment, whereas prior in the past or parole agreements, it was a stipulation to be on MAT treatment. So what I had intended on doing is going to Davis County, the CRU, Crisis Recovery Unit, and that never got communicated with Mr. Tyler Olson and or Mr. Daniel Jorgensen. So I failed there, but I hope to do better. I can only apologize so much, and I do take accountability and responsibility.
Okay, so in regards to, you said that you had both agents under the same phone number, and apparently you were texting your old agent rather than Agent Jorgensen. Then you said your phone broke, and then it was stolen on public transport. So during the time, let's see, the board added 69 days of toll time to your sentence for the time you had absconded.
Right.
So during the time that you were in the community, is 2 months, did it seem weird that APMP had no contact with you? Did you think to maybe go to the APMP office and check in?
That's exactly what my intent was. I know this sounds silly, and they use it as an excuse that I didn't want to miss my ex-girlfriend's funeral. I know silly as that sounds, and with every means necessary, I had intended after that was done to go and turn myself in, or at least even at that, go to a halfway house and do the parole violators program, if anything. But I let it get too far out of hand, and I did not even know the SWAT stand. I'm sorry. I didn't know the whole SWAT standoff thing was new to me too. Like, I didn't know that was that big of deal until I came out of the trailer, and there was, it was.
So you were gone 69 days, and so in that time frame, you didn't want to miss your girlfriend's funeral, but any of the other days during that 2-month period, you didn't think to go to APMP?
Yeah, I know. That's the way I grieved and failed to communicate is yes, inexcusable.
So let's look at this interference with a police officer. It was October 16th. it has to do with how it ended up with the SWAT. So tell me what happened in that incident.
Yeah, I was on the phone with my dying grandfather. Since I've been back, he'd passed away when I was in RNO. He was like a father figure, so I was on the phone with him that entire time that the police officers were outside of the trailer I was in before I was apprehended. So that was what was going on. And they asked me that.
Did you not know they were outside?
I did. I just was, I knew that in my, that was going to be the last time I was going to see him, and or talk to him. So, I know that's no excuse, but to not run out there and, have my hands up and everything and be arrested. But they checked my call log and they saw that that's exactly who I was talking to. They made sure there was nobody. They thought maybe somebody else was in there.
Okay, so it looks like this was your first parole, this conviction, but your fifth overall. So I think there is at least expectation that you know how parole works. It just seems odd because I've heard you make a few statements about you didn't know, but this is your fifth time. So how, if the board decides to grant you another release, how is it going to be different?
After completing Conquest, I honestly should have just gone and transitioned from the halfway house. Here's the thing is the stories and rumors I've heard about the halfway house, whereas there's always drugs and people, I felt it had been, violent for me to go to a sober living as opposed to going to the halfway house to better my chances out on parole. However, I did not understand of the sober living in which I went to, the building beginnings, did not allow MAT treatment. So that kind of hindered my ability, whether or not I wanted to stay there up in Utah County. The reason I chose Utah County also is because it was away from, all the cronies and friends in which I knew from the past I wanted to stay away from.
But my question was, how is it going to be different if the board grants you another release?
My idea of the halfway house is not what I made of it or had heard, my transition would be a lot better knowing I don't have to go to an intensive outpatient, maybe get a better, as far as, employment goes. That was also something I was having a hard time obtaining, was employment, being up in Utah County. So I think just working and having some place to report, you know what I mean?
What type of work do you do?
I've done everything from production, assembly, construction. I've even gotten my culinary arts out of DATC. I just actually was doing welding before I left here this last summer. I'm through the Davis Tech program.
So if you are released to a halfway house, did you want the Utah County again?
I would prefer not up in Ogden in Davis County. That's definitely like the area in which I'm supposed to, I want to stay away from. I mean, that's where family's at, I know, but I feel like my success would be deemed more, progressional.
But where?
Up in Utah County or Salt Lake. So like Fortitude, I imagine, I think is out.
Salt Lake County then?
17th South, yeah.
Okay. So I saw, what's your gang status?
I'm sorry.
Your gang status?
Oh, yes, I am fully modified monitor. I have no ties with any of that. That was also another thing I acquired last time I was incarcerated.
Yeah, I think you completed that program, right?
I did.
Okay. And then my last question is, you have a disciplinary from November 18th. In the report, it said you yelled at a correctional officer to perform a sexual act on a female med tech.
Yeah, that was, I'm sorry.
What was that about?
That wasn't me. This apparently happened in RNO. due to people yelling out their cuff port or something. And I've already had talked to the disciplinary hearing officer, and it's going to be excused or whatever. Yeah, it wasn't even me. So I explained that to her, and yeah, I'm not even aware of what that was even about. I think the officer at the time had gotten the wrong cell, or
Okay.
yeah.
So here's what's going to happen. I'll take the recommendation from your attorney and then also the recommendation from APMP and submit it to the board along with their comments. And then in my report, I'll also submit to the board what we discussed here today. In the next 7 to 10 days, you should find out from the board their decision. It'll come to you in inmate mail. And at that time, if you do get a release, it'll include any special conditions of parole. Do you have any questions for me at this point?
I don't. Thank you.
All right. So at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mhm. Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Brandon Shrewsbury, offender number 134779. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. But before we start, I do need to swear you and Agent Ontiveros in because you will be providing testimony. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
I do. I do.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney?
I did.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, I did.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is information that the board may use when coming to their decision. So currently you have 2 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations and he will admit to both allegations.
Okay, thank you. Sir, based off of your admissions to allegations 1 and 2, I am going to recommend the board revoke your March 30th, 2021 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. It sounds like he was doing pretty well, out for over 3 years and working, and things were going okay until he lost his job and then got depressed, and that led to these allegations and these violations. He does want to try again. He is asking for stabilization, maybe a correctional or a community center would maybe be helpful for him, and he wants to get a flip phone so he's not tempted to kind of engage in some of the activity that he was beforehand while still being able to work and do what he needs to do and stay in contact with APMP. So that's our request, is to give him another chance just as soon as possible and maybe start with that stabilization program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
APMP, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, so Brandon, during his time on parole, he did do pretty well on parole. Came in and reported as directed, was respectful every time, even at his house. So as far as the recommendation, APMP is asking if he were to have another chance of parole, that he serve a minimum of 1 year at the Utah State Correctional Facility. The reason why we are asking for that, even though it is his first violation, is the circumstances regarding the violation. He was around a 15-year-old girl, which according to his PSI with his forcible sex abuse case, he had victimized a 15-year-old girl. And we just believe Mr. Shrewsbury, especially after completing sex offender therapy, placing himself in that position is just a recipe for disaster. And he needs to understand how serious that violation is and that he cannot be around anyone under the age of 18. But if he were to get parole, we ask that he go to a CCC for stabilization and get another shot at it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, Mr. Shrewsbury, I have some questions for you. Let's look at these allegations. The first one is about, AP&P looking in your phone and, finding a picture of two 15-year-old females. You said they were your friend's kids and that you met them for lunch and then went to the park with the two girls. You did not have prior approval from AP&P to have contact with minors. So what do you want to tell me about that?
No, I didn't. My friend that I went to lunch with, she was getting ready to go up to California for surgery. She has cancer. She was going up there to get some surgery and get proper treatment and everything, get her bladder rebuilt and all that, so she can get tubes removed. And her and the girls went up to Beto's and we met for lunch before they took off. As far as the park goes, and I did not have a clear opportunity to fully express or explain this. I was frustrated. He was frustrated. That picture in the park was taken in California by my friend, and it was sent to me to my phone. I wasn't actually in the park with the girls. That was taken up at a lake up in Willows, California, and that was taken and that was sent to me. So the contact that I did have with them was over at Beto's restaurant.
Okay, so go
but
ahead.
I was, I'm having the pictures and everything. I was wrong. I being around them, I was wrong. It was going to be a long time till I heard from them. I wasn't right in the head. I made a lot of mistakes that I'm not proud of in this. And it's unfortunately it cost me my freedom again. I know I'm capable of doing this.
So, when you met them for lunch, why did you stay? Because you didn't have prior approval, right?
No, I did not. I did not have prior approval.
And I understand your explanation in regards to not being at the park and the photos were sent to you, but why did you keep them? That's a violation as well.
I wasn't being very clear-minded. I knew it was wrong.
Okay.
I knew it was wrong. I admit that it was wrong. It's I major lapse in judgment and my thinking.
Okay, so allegation number 2 was while they were looking through your phone, they also saw that you were doing some searches for a porn site, Braziers. Initially you denied, but then you admitted that you did do the searches. So why are you looking at porn when it's a violation of your parole agreement?
Another moment of stupidity, ma'am. I could sit here and make excuses all day long and it wouldn't do me any good. I got bored, I got in my head and I'm not currently dating anyone or anything like that. I just get lonely and I do off the wall stuff that I'm not, I'm not proud of it. I made some mistakes.
Okay. So let's see, this was your first parole attempt. You were out for quite a while. You do have that life top. Just so you're aware, it's not looking good. If this was your first parole, parole and these types of violation happen, just because the board takes it very seriously when you have contact with minors. And it's prohibited by your parole agreement. So, I see that you did complete sex offender treatment, on July 4th of 2023 was when they closed that out. Did you do any aftercare or anything like that?
I have kept in touch with just my I kept in touch with my therapist probably a couple weeks after that. And she was going through her own stuff and getting ready to get married and all that. So I just kind of backed away from it.
Okay. Do you think, because you completed sex offender treatment, yet these violations still occurred? So if the board grants you another release, do you think that aftercare would have been helpful?
I believe that it would have.
Okay.
I believe that it would. I mean, it's always good to have somebody to talk to, and I don't have a lot of people on the outside or anything like that. So I think I believe that it probably would have been beneficial to me.
Okay. So in the report, it says that you were evicted from your apartment, and like your attorney said too, you weren't working at the time. How do you think another parole would be different in regards to these circumstances? Do you plan on working?
Yes, ma'am. I had a friend of mine call over to DHL where when I was arrested, I had an interview with DHL out at the airport.
Okay.
And I was set to hire and start that week and everything, and all of this other stuff came up, but that guy is still willing to take a chance on me and everything. Granted, I didn't pick up any more charges, and I could still pass the TSA, which I've done before. He is still willing to work with me, so.
Okay. And then why were you evicted from your apartment?
My roommate at the time invited his brother to come and stay with us, and the landlady, he invited his brother to stay with us, and then he invited, had his friend's pit bull staying over there with us, and we weren't allowed to have anybody else or animals at the residence.
Okay.
And she warned him about it, and he didn't do anything about it, and she evicted.
Okay.
She told me, she says she apologized that I had to get caught in the middle of it. I actually had a good job as a pipe layer with J-Wright Construction and everything at that time, but man, I should have kept it. Me and Russell talked about it and everything. He says, I should have kept it.
And did you quit that job?
I had quit it upon eviction from my place.
Okay.
In my mind and my thoughts and everything, I couldn't see how how I was going to keep it and get with just having one vehicle and both of us having to get from point A to point B where we needed to or whatever. I just didn't see how I was going to get out to South Jordan or Harriman or anywhere else that they wanted to send me.
Okay. So since you've been back in custody, have you worked with mental health at all?
I have talked to mental health once or twice. They just called me up to make sure that I was okay, make sure that I was that I was doing fine. I expressed some anxiety with them or whatever. I mean, obviously being locked up is an anxious situation. I you run across, I'm in a unit that's completely, a lot of people are reclassified or aren't in gangs anymore or whatever, but that mentality's still there. So you get to deal with a lot of people that anywhere you go that sit there and badmouth and threaten sex offenders and all that stuff. And but I've managed to do okay. I'm going outside for rec. I'm walking the track. I've got a group of people that I know that I'm talking to, and I, you know, I'm managing to
Are
do
you
okay.
on any medication?
No, I have some allergy pills and some ibuprofen. That's it.
Okay. So, sir, here's what's going to happen. I'll take your pleas and everything we discussed here today and submit it to the board. I'm also going to submit to the board the recommendations from your attorney and also from APMP and their comments. In the next 7 to 10 days, you'll find out from the board through inmate mail their decision. If you do receive a release date, you'll also find out what the special conditions are. At this point, do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and sorry, wish you luck. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thanks, APMP.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go on the record. Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Isaiah Murdock, offender number 181097. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent TORREZ, but before we start, I need to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony you give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
I do. Okay, thank you. Sir, have you had a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers, your attorney?
Yeah, I met with
You
an
met with
attorney.
Mr. Brummer. Yeah, on Monday.
All right, Ms. Conyers is here today. She works with Mr. Brummer. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what the board may use when coming to their decision. So before we start, I am going to note a case number 241913137, burglary, second-degree felony, amended to a third degree. It was attached to allegation 4, an unauthorized possession of a firearm or operable motor vehicle, second-degree felony, amended to a third degree. It's attached to allegation 5. On December 13th, 2024, the case was closed with your guilty pleas. There were no sanctions applied. Currently, we have 3 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations? Oh, Ms. Conyers, you're muted.
Sorry, just to clarify, he currently has 5 allegations, correct?
Oh, my mistake, yes.
Okay, I just
you.
wanted to make sure. So
Yeah,
it
fine.
seems like you could take judicial notice of 2 and 4 and 5. And maybe 4 and 5 were already resolved. So he'll admit to 1 and 3 in addition to those.
Okay. So, sir, based off of your new conviction and admissions to the allegations, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your June 11th, 2024 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Mr. Murdock he expires in April. That's something first that I wanted to remind the board of. He is asking for early termination, and he's hoping to get released just as soon as possible. Sadly, his mother is dying and he needs to go home and take care of her. So he's asking, maybe that doesn't qualify him for a compassionate release, but an early termination just as soon as possible. He does, if it's faster for him to do parole, maybe that would be a better option for him. He is willing to do a couple months of parole, and he does already have treatment set up. So just kind of, it sounds like whatever would get him out the fastest so that he can be there for his mom.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, APMP, I have a question in the report, and then we did receive the amended report about an hour and a half ago. Are there pending federal charges or not?
They are still being screened by SHI for the possession of firearm charges. So they anticipate filing maybe within 2 to 4 weeks. They didn't have the exact on that as they're being screened. The report amended today was to include the convictions on the other two, the case you referenced.
Okay.
So it is expected, or it is potential that he would be in federal custody. He's completed treatment in the past, residential treatment, and immediately being released from there, used and convicted or committed additional criminal offenses, as well as the federal offenses that are being screened.
Okay. So if the board decides to grant a release, do you have a recommendation?
Our recommendation is that a release is not granted.
Okay.
Unfortunately, when he's already completed treatment and had the benefit of that, and it has not changed the behavior, the things that are available, the max benefit has been reached with the things we can offer outside of incarceration.
Okay, got it. Anything else?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Murdock, I have some questions for you. So let's look at these allegations. Number one is failure to report. It looks like on October 7th, you didn't report. APMP attempted a field visit the same day. No one answered the door. October 9th, same thing. And then there were several attempts to call and text you with no response. What happened?
I missed my check-in, and then I got afraid and I failed to report. I take responsibility for that.
Okay.
I just catastrophized, and instead of going in and actually reporting to it's the first time I've ever gone in my life. It was only for a couple of days, but that doesn't make it right or make it any better. I just catastrophized the situation, and I didn't go back in.
All right. And then let's see, number 2 was when APMP when VFAST arrested you, they searched your belongings and found a revolver, and then you had the number 3 is the same thing. So when you were arrested by VFAST, where were you at?
I was at a friend's house.
Okay.
Her name is Rachel. I was in.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was saying I was at one of my friends. Her name's Rachel's house.
Okay. And during the time that you had absconded, where were you at? Were you at your residence or what?
Yeah, my stuff was my residence. I stayed, like I said, it was a couple of days. I stayed in my residence, and then I spent the night at my friend Rachel's house, and that's when they came and picked me up.
Okay. Is there anything you want to tell me about the possession of a firearm or the situation regarding your arrest?
So when they found that firearm, it wasn't actually on me or in my stuff. I was in a completely separate room. when they found it, there was multiple people in the house, and they found it in a completely different room, and it wasn't on me or my stuff. I did cooperate with them, and the guys from Homeland Security were asking me about. So I'm modified from gang, so they took me to gang task force, and they asked me a bunch of questions, and so I was doing what I could. They said that if I helped cooperate with them as far as a bunch of stuff like gang involvement and how they worked or operated, a bunch of stuff, that they wouldn't even bring that up. You know, I mean, it wasn't, they didn't find it on me or on my person or in any of my stuff. It was in a completely different room. They just found it hanging in the same house that I was at.
Okay, so in the allegations, it says that you took ownership of the firearm. Is that incorrect?
I didn't take ownership of it.
Okay, and then there's the allegation, these two are connected, burglary and unauthorized possession of a motor vehicle. What happened there?
So that night I went over to an ex-girlfriend of mine, asked her if I could borrow her car. She told me that she couldn't, she was drinking, and that I could use it. So I borrowed her car. She got it right back, but when she came home, she saw her car was gone and reported it stolen, and gave her a different ex-boyfriend's information, like all his name, his information, a bunch of stuff, all of his information. And then when the detective came and talked to me at the prison and asked me about it, I told him that, yeah, I borrowed her car, she left her keys under the seat for me. And he went and told her, and that's when she remembered. So when I went to court, I went to court for the reason that they closed the case is because she was saying that she remembered, she didn't want any charges pressed, she didn't want anything to happen. She remembered from letting me borrow the car, but the prosecutor offered me to case close on instead of going to trial. My lawyer wanted me to go to trial, and he wanted it because he said we could beat it. But as my lawyer or my board attorney said, my mom's passing away right now. I found out on Thanksgiving that she's passing away. And so I just wanted to resolve it so that hopefully I can get out and help her. She doesn't have anything. She doesn't have anyone out there. She doesn't have a way of transportation to the hospital. She has to find rides. Financially, she isn't stable. So she really, really needs help. So I took the deal and just closed the case in hopes that I would be able to just resolve that quickly and then hopefully get out quicker and help her.
Okay. And then, does she live in Utah?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. She lives in, well, she lost her job when all this happened. So she was trying to stay at a hotel, but she went to the hospital. She was admitted to the hospital, and she's been in the hospital. She has the same thing. So my grandmother got cancer and passed away within a month or two when she found out she had it. And my mom found out she has the same thing. And so she was hospitalized, and my aunt got a hold of me and told me I need to call and speak with her as much as I can while I can. And I haven't been able to get a hold of her, but the last I had heard, she just barely was released from the hospital, but she doesn't really have anywhere to stay right now. She's just financially struggling. She's not able to work. They say that it takes everything out of all her energy out of her. She's not able to work. She can't go to work anymore. She has to go to the hospital and take chemo. And
okay. So at this point, really, with that expiration date of April 9th of 2025, the board is really just going to most likely look at a possible release earlier than that, or just expiring your sentence. So I did note that you completed residential treatment at Odyssey House, but you were ordered to do individual outpatient treatment through clinical consultants, but didn't go. Why is that?
I just hadn't started. I went down there and I got my intake and everything set up. They're waiting for Odyssey House to send over my paperwork so I could actually start. And they hadn't sent over my paperwork yet, but I went down and I did my intake with clinical consulting. So the way it works is you go down there and you have to show up before 8 o'clock and their intakes. And so I went and I showed up before 8. They did my intake and they were waiting for Odyssey House to send over my paperwork because they weren't, something has to do with these, they weren't able to get my assessment dropped down from 2.0 or 2. I'm not sure what the numbers are, but I weren't able to see my drop down from residential treatment basically to outpatient until Odyssey sent me over the paperwork. And so I started attending it.
So this parole, after completing treatment, did you use?
Yes, I did.
Okay, how long were you out of treatment before you started using?
About a month. I was about a month.
Okay. And then
maybe 3 weeks. I'm not sure exact time. I mean, it wasn't a huge amount of time. I was just kind of in limbo and leeway. I had problems with. So when I got out of Odyssey House, Odyssey House told me that I had used my voucher for sober living, and I hadn't yet. And so they had a mix up. There's with me being able to get into a sober living house, and basically Odyssey House just released me to the street, and I didn't have anywhere to go. I didn't have any. I mean,
and
I'm
you
not
were staying at your aunt's house, is that correct?
correct.
Okay. And
My
then
aunt
did
works
you
every
work
day.
this? Did you work
Sorry.
this parole?
I worked for my uncle off and on. He owns a construction company, and so I would work for him off and on. I actually have a job set up. If I'm able to get, or when I do get out, I have a job set up, and I have voc rehab set up where I have all my classes paid for, so I can start going to school to get my CDL, which is what I really want to do.
Where's your treatment at?
Where's my treatment? Oh, I have a sober living house. Well, I have a sober living house now set up again. My case managers, we got on this thing called Best Notes to try and get, I guess Odyssey House now has a different way of intaking you into Odyssey. Before I could just call, and since I was alumni, I could get a bed, but now we have to go through this thing called Best Notes or something like that. So
Okay, so it's through Odyssey?
yeah.
Okay. And then have you worked with mental health at all since you've been back?
No.
Okay. If you were asked to rate what your mental health is right now, what do you think you would say?
Mentally I felt good. I don't know. I feel really good mentally. I mean, I'm sober. I've been sober. I'm clear-headed. I mean, I've been incarcerated, but
Right. Okay. And here's what's going to happen. I'm going to submit to the board the recommendation from your attorney, which is immediate release or termination. And then APMP is requesting no release. There is that potential for new federal charges to be filed. I checked this morning, detainer isn't in place. However, that's usually not filed till after charges. So I will notify the board that there's a potential for new federal charges. If a detainer is put in place and the board decides to grant you a parole, I just want you to be, or a release date, I just want you to be aware that you would be picked up by the feds if a detainer is in place. In the next 7 to 10 days, you will find out from the board what they've decided. And at that time, if you are granted a parole, you'll also find out what the special conditions are. Do you have any questions for me at this point?
No, I was just gonna say I got this certificate that I wanted to show from when I just barely got it, but they said to bring it up. It's a certificate of completion on the Captain Your Story, My Story Matters.
Okay. I can look that up in the system.
Okay. And then also I just wanted to say that I know that I expirate in April, but I mean, getting out, even not terminating, I mean, getting out on parole even early, I think would be somewhat beneficial. I don't want to get out and just get out and run wild, get out to the street again. I mean, I think it'd be kind of beneficial for me to have some sort of structure for, even if it was for a couple months.
Okay, I can note that. Right. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't say.
All right, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing. And sir, I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, APMP.
Thank you.
Agent Proctor, are you filling in for Agent Roberts?
Yeah, I'm filling in for him for the rest of the day.
Okay. Let's go on the record. Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Alberto Flores, offender number 219190. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Proctor. So before we start, I do need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
What about you, Mr. Flores?
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. Before we start, I do want to take judicial notice of a case. It's case number 241912222, theft or receiving firearm or operable motor vehicle, second-degree felony. It's attached to allegation 1. That charge was dismissed with prejudice and obstruction of justice. Class A misdemeanor, you were found guilty on November 15th of 2024. You received credit for time served, case closed. Currently, we have 2 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he will waive formal reading of the allegations. I think what we need to do is amend number 1 to obstruction of justice. And with that amendment, he can admit that or take judicial notice. And we'd ask to enter denial on strike number 2 as that charge related to number 1 and was dismissed with prejudice.
Okay. APMP, are you okay with amending allegation 1 to the obstruction charge?
Yes,
Okay, and what do you want to do about number 2?
it can be dismissed.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, sir, based off of your new conviction and admission to the amended allegation number 1, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your January 30th, 2024 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, he expires next year, so he's hoping to get out as soon as possible so that he can stabilize and do what he needs to do before his time is up. So he's asking for an immediate release and another attempt at parole. He does have an address and a giant job lined up, and so it sounds like he has all the keys to success. That's all I have right now.
Thank you. APMP, I'll turn it over to you.
Based off of him having 4 attempts on parole and being found like having his cases adjudicated, APMP is going to be recommending that he serves a minimum of 180 days before his next parole, of course, with the credit for time served as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Flores, I have some questions for you. So we're left with allegation 1, obstruction of justice. What do you want to tell me about that conviction?
So, like, I was gonna fight the charge, but I want to get out, you know, because my girlfriend's out there struggling. I need to be out there for her. So this whole incident wasn't a misunderstanding. It was her car. Like it was not stolen. So like yeah, I was gonna fight that charge, but I want to get out. So I don't know. Like I did cover the license plate.
Why did you cover it?
Because we were my girlfriend was she called a detective trying to get this figured out, and I just didn't want to get into more problems, but it got me in more trouble, you know. So shouldn't have done that.
Okay, so it looks like you do expire October of 2025. Why should the board grant you another release? This is your 4th attempt. This one ended it with a new conviction. I know you said you just wanted to get out, but you did admit to it and were convicted of it. Why should the board grant you a release?
Cause I was the last month I was out, like before this incident happened. I was sober. I was going to my classes. I was giving clean UAs. I know I could do it. I just want to get another chance at it, because if it wasn't for this incident, I would have still been out there completing my TRC program, my parole. I would have been sober still.
Okay. And whose car was this?
My girlfriend's, Lillian Marquez.
Okay, so did she report it stolen?
No, it's the situation was it was her car, but it was under someone else's name, and I think she forgot to pay a loan, or like, I think it was a payment, and they were trying to call that person that was on the title, and like I think press charges on them, so that's why she reported it stolen. But at the end, my girlfriend told me that they got everything figured out, so I was never supposed to get these charges, but it's already too late for that, you know.
Okay, so this parole, you had 4 RIM violations for the use of meth. So, but you said you were sober at the time of your arrest. How long were you sober for? Was it just the last month?
Yeah, the last month. It was a little difficult for me, but I got it, you know. I gave 2 clean ways to the TRC and my parole officer.
Okay, and then in the report, APMP noted that you were enrolled in treatment through the TRC, but you struggled with compliance.
Yeah.
So if you are released, how are you going to be able to do well in treatment? Is it going to be an issue?
No, it's not. The reason why I was doing like really good, because I had my girlfriend's a very positive person in my life, and she was helping me through. She was giving me rides over there. She was making sure I was going to my classes. Like if it wasn't for her, I would probably I was probably still been using.
Okay, so how long have you been with this girlfriend?
6 months.
Okay, so in the 5 months before that, were you struggling?
Yeah, a little bit.
So if you end up feeling like relapsing again, how are you going to handle it? What would you do?
I'll go to TRC. It's a support system.
Okay, and then APMP noted that you struggle finding employment. Do you have any plans for finding a job?
Yeah, I do. My girlfriend's trying to help me out. Like she's trying to get jobs lined up, so when I do get out, I could just go to those jobs.
What type of work do you do?
I do construction, or I do warehouse jobs, production.
And then where do you plan to live? Your attorney said that you do have a residence.
Yeah, I'm a mom's trailer house. The same place I've been going for a couple of years, I think.
And what city is that?
Taylorsville.
In Taylorsville, okay.
Yeah.
Is that where you were living at before you were arrested?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me about your gang affiliation.
I'm not in a gang. I dropped out.
Okay, are you modified monitor at all?
Yeah. I'm in a solid program too, trying to so you can help me out when I get out, you know, like the little classes they have there.
Do you have a completion date?
What was that?
A completion date?
I don't.
Okay, sir. So since that expiration date is coming up, really the board's going to just decide whether or not to expire you or grant you a release. Sounds like you do want a parole for the stability. APMP is recommending you serve a total of 180 days prior to another release. What I'll do is I'll submit to the board the recommendations from your attorney and APMP, along with everything we discussed here today. In the next 7 to 10 days, you should find out from the board their decision. It'll come to you in inmate mail. And at that time, you'll find out if the board decided to grant you a release. Do you have any questions for me?
I don't.
Okay, at this time, I am going to conclude.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Larry Pouncey, offender number 184609. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Preto, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney?
Yes, Monday.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what the board may use when they come to their decision. So it looks like there are 2 allegations. Before we start, I am going to just note that back on April 22nd, 2024, you did sign a waiver of time. The board continued the hearing pending filing and adjudication of potential new charges associated with allegation 2. On July 25th, a parole violation paper review was conducted. The board chose to continue the hearing because charges weren't filed. And then we're here today. I will note that I checked this morning, there are no charges that were filed, and we're here for this parole violation hearing. So there are 2 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he will waive formal reading of the allegations, and I believe he is still maintaining denials on those 2. I'm wondering if APMP has any updates as to these charges.
Sure. APMP, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, I talked to the officer who filed the charges and he spoke to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor has declined to prosecute.
So APMP, are you okay striking the allegation then, I guess?
Yeah,
is the next question. So let me maybe clarify my question. Thanks for amending them to technicals. I appreciate that. I expected that with the declination. I believe Mr. Pouncey is still denying this. Are you wanting an evidentiary hearing, or will you strike the allegation? Number 2.
We can strike the allegation.
Okay.
Ms. Conyers, what was his plea for number 1? I think I missed it.
Well, now with that information, Mr. Pouncey, as a reminder, number 1 is that you didn't deposit your paycheck into your account as directed, which is rule at Nuke. Do you want to enter a no contest to that allegation now that you understand number 2 is being stricken?
Yeah, I'll enter a no contest.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, based off of your no contest plea to allegation 1, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your December 5th, 2023 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, he's been in custody, as you know, for quite some time. And this was a first attempt to parole. He's asking for an immediate release. I believe that he is wanting to start that in a NUC program or some CCC program for stabilization and transition. And then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. APMP, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, so I believe when he was here last, he was here for transition. He seemed to struggle. While he was here, he ended up getting 7 violations during his time here. It looks like recently on November 24th in Bear 4, it looks like he also assaulted 2 inmates. So it looks like he slapped one and he punched the other one in the face. So if he is granted another parole, I would recommend anger management class for him.
Okay, anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, so I have a question for you. Number 2 is stricken. In regards to number 1 is your no contest plea to March 15th, 2024 for not depositing your paid check into the center account as directed, which is a rule of NUK. And APMP contended that they had talked to you about this on multiple occasions, and you failed to comply with your case action plan by doing that. What do you want to tell me about that?
I 2 days before I was arrested, I turned in a money order for $380, and because a couple of days before that they were saying that they wanted to keep me there longer for stabilization, and and then I got into an argument about it because they had just told me that if I started turning in my checks from then on, that I could leave. And so that was the only time I walked away from a meeting. And then they agreed to if I turned in my check that I could put in the address to collective recovery, and and they would process it. And that Sunday, the day I got arrested, I turned in my address verification form, and Chris, the director of collective recovery, also sent them an email stating that that he would pick me up that Monday, because that was the day I was supposed to have like an interview over the phone. They were just going to ask me some basic questions to approve me so I could start the program that day. But I guess it was like a week and a half process for it to go through. But that was part with that's why I turned in the 380, so I could $380 money order so I could go there. And I also had I was already approved for PATR, and they help out with $700 for rent for housing. So I also had that. And then the next week I got paid for $800. I got a check for $800 because I did overtime that week. So.
And did you submit money from that check?
I wasn't able to, because that Friday I gave him $380 from that check, and then 2 days later, which was Sunday, I got arrested, and
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like this was your first parole on this commitment. This is 4 overall paroles. You have that expiration date of November 14th, 2027. If you do release to another community correctional center, do you think you're going to be able to abide by all of the rules?
Yes, I was doing well until that day. I was working, and now I'm also doing extra hours. The thing I would need to do differently is just turn in my checks and get out of there sooner. But if I can, I'm gonna try to as soon as I get my date, I'm just gonna give another sober living a call so I could just go straight there when I'm released, you know, the day I'm released.
And is the one you're going to call collective recovery?
I'll either go there they have a house in Sandy or I just got some information from one called Papillon.
Okay.
And it's in Provo. But I just need to just have to have a day first and they can pick me up the day I'm released.
Right. Okay, so do you plan on working when you get out?
If I go back to Nuke, I can still go back to the job I was working at before. It was the Smith's warehouse in Layton.
Okay.
Or I'll just go through another temp agency and get a different job. But I'm sure they'll take me back.
Okay. So, have you done any treatment since you've been back in custody or any classes?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And then I see that you did, like APNP mentioned, there was that assault November 24th of this year. It isn't adjudicated, so I'm not going to ask you about it, but I am going to mention that the board may put, if they decide to give you a release, they may put as a special, as a contingency of your parole, no additional disciplinaries. So when you get their decision, if that is listed somewhere on the decision, I would just make sure I abide by that. Okay. Because you may get a date, a disciplinary happens, and we will pull your date before the disciplinary is even adjudicated. So does that make sense?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. All right, so at this time, what I'm going to do is take the recommendation from your attorney and also from APNP, everything we discussed here, and submit it to the board. In the next week to 10 days, you should find out their decision. It'll come to you in inmate mail. And at that time, if you are released, you'll find out the date, special conditions, and then if they do add that contingency, it will be on that paperwork as well. Do you have any questions for me?
No, that's all.
Okay, sir. At this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for DENG KOYOM, offender number 218921. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you, so before we start, I need to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony you give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Before we start, I am going to note that you received a new conviction in case number 241-913-391, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, third-degree felony. It's attached to allegation 5. And failure to stop at command of law enforcement, class A misdemeanor, was attached to allegation 4. That was dismissed with prejudice. On December 12th of 2024, you were sentenced to 0 to 5 years in prison. So, sir, what that means is I cannot move forward with this hearing. The board will actually need to recalculate your time accounting, and the board will review this conviction along with your criminal history and set what's called a tentative hearing date. It's the month and year that this hearing will be conducted. Due to this, I'm just going to ask Ms. Conyers if she has any comments or motions at this time. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry. So with the
with the original hearing being scheduled, I didn't know that we needed to go forward with the, I'll submit.
Okay.
Let me just put it that way.
All right, sir. So what I'm going to do is go back to the board, let them know about this new conviction. And once they get the time accounting done, they will set you for what's called a parole violation original hearing, at which time the board will consider these parole violations along with that new commitment to prison. Do you have any questions for me in regards to all of this?
No.
Okay, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing, and sir, I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Tucker Neal Bone, offender number 223-260. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Stephen Baker from APNP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you and Agent Baker this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Bone, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes,
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
And you had a chance to speak with counsel on Monday?
I did.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like this is actually a PD dispositional hearing. The board conducted a PD hearing back in September, continued it pending charges. At that hearing, Mr. Bone admitted to allegation number 1 and pled no contest to allegations 2 and 3. The board took judicial notice of case number 241908341, which was related to the allegation 1. They accepted his pleas, revoked parole. And then he also had case number 241910246 pending. That's why they continued it. So all cases have been resolved. In the case ending 8341, it looks like Mr. Bone pled guilty to property damage and destruction as a Class B misdemeanor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then criminal trespass and theft were dismissed. And then case ending 0246, Mr. Bone pled guilty to DV-related assault as a Class B misdemeanor. In both those cases, the court sentenced him to credit for time served and closed the case.
Yes.
Okay. And just for your information, Mr. Bone, there is an active protective order for the victim. So that's for your information. If you continue to have contact with her, it could be a felony charge for you, okay?
Yes.
All right. With that, Kate, do you wait formal reading? Are there any motions? Do we want to change pleas? Or do we just need to move on with recommendations?
We'll waive reading. I believe we're maintaining the pleas as you've stated, and we can move forward.
All right. Okay, Kate, what's your recommendation?
So it sounds like Mr. Tucker is interested, or Bone, pardon me, is in getting released. He would prefer termination, but he would do parole, and he's been accepted into the Building Beginnings program, which is a 6-month program. And he does have job opportunities with his brother. He's been making some but he has been making some good use of his time. He's been down for 7 months and has been working for UCI, living in privileged housing. He's no longer a gang member. So making good use of his time, I think he's just asking for kind of whatever will get him out sooner, although he would prefer termination.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Baker, what's your recommendation?
I would agree with Kate. Tucker would probably be better off with a termination, but I don't see the board giving him one with as long as his remaining sentence is. But I would support that if they so choose to.
I would probably agree with you is that the board would probably not grant a termination given the length of time still left on his sentence, as well as the 2 new convictions, even though they weren't of board jurisdiction. There is some concern with that.
Understandable.
Okay.
I don't know that if we could put in, I would like Tucker to finish that program. I don't know if we can put it that he has to complete that specific program or not, but he does need some sort of stability in a long-term program.
Okay. I mean, as you know, the board generally does not say complete specific programs. I did know it was IOP and sober living, is that correct, in building beginnings?
Yes, it is intensive outpatient. They do have a strict structure. You do have to live in one of their designated houses and go to their classes, as well as work full-time to be there.
Okay.
Is that one still in Salt Lake County?
No, it's in Spanish Fork.
Yeah, building beginnings is down in Spanish Fork, so.
Even better.
Okay. Usually the only way the board says complete a specific program is if they order a halfway house RSUT or other RSUT. And then it's RSUT, not IOP or outpatient. I did know that you have been accepted to building beginnings, but I also noted that your ASAM assessment came out as a level 3, which is residential program. Okay, so the board may order RSUT or residential treatment. Okay, Mr. Bone?
Yeah.
All right. Tell me what happened on this parole.
Well, I started off pretty well. I moved to my brother's house in Nephi. Then I had fixed things with my prior relationship with the mother of my kids and moved back to Salt Lake, which obviously was a mistake.
And she's the victim in these 2 new cases?
Yes, and she was the one that had pushed me to move back to Salt Lake in the first place when I had already been living in Nephi.
Okay.
And then once I had relapsed, things went downhill. I mean, she had me trespassed from the apartment that we both lived in. And then a month later, well, I guess the incident that she says took place a month before I was even trespassed from the apartment. She decided to file the protective order around the time that I was arrested. The reason that I had ultimately just pled guilty is I mean, with my track record, my history, my priors, like it wasn't realistic to sit and fight a misdemeanor.
Okay.
They offered me the credit for time served, case closed, so I took it. I'm still going to deny the fact that I ever put hands on her because that never happened.
Okay.
I just didn't see the point in sitting here and trying to fight a misdemeanor for a year. Kind of ridiculous.
Okay, no, I understand that. Obviously, any sort of DV conviction is concerning, right?
Yes.
I can tell you that I'm also concerned about allegation 2. That you pled no contest to the phone calls between you and other gang members in prison about an altercation and then some possible retaliation.
Yes, and with that, I understand
the concerns, as a result of that specific phone call is the reason I chose to drop out when I came back to prison. And I made that very well known. I've made it a point here at the prison to get into privileged housing, which therefore I'm housed with all different types of inmates, not just active gang members or people that don't live around other types of inmates. And I've been there for 6 months now. I work in UCI, which has been my biggest issue on all my paroles, I think, is the habit of working and having vocational training. And I've held down that job at UCI. And
What do you do for UCI?
so I have been working silkscreen and embroidery.
Okay.
As of yesterday, I got moved up into shipping and receiving to a lead position.
That was with the pay raise, right?
Yeah, I
'Cause I
went
think
from
I saw that you got a pay raise.
I went from $1. I'm gonna be going from $1 to $2, I believe.
Okay, good.
And I work 40 hours a week. And I've been doing the carry guide classes, which I completed, the ones for violence and domestic violence. That is what the caseworker first had me working on, when I got up into privileged housing.
Okay. All right, okay. Good, I'm glad. So you're in the modified monitored?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an end date for that, or when do you anticipate being?
I started it in June, right after I came back.
Okay.
I believe. And so it's a 2-year.
Yeah.
It's 2 years before they actually take the STG tag off of your file. But I mean, I wouldn't go back even if I could.
Okay.
It's not worth my time and effort. I've wasted 10 years of my life in here getting in trouble and doing dumb shit. I'm over it.
For people who don't appreciate it, right?
Exactly.
It's, yeah, okay. I mean, I'm glad you see that now. My main concern with that was, I know it's not a popular position. If STG wants to do STG stuff while they're incarcerated, I know it makes the prisons, their officers' lives difficult. But when you discuss a drive-by shooting out in the community, that brings into innocent people and victims, right?
Absolutely. And that is why after that phone call had taken place, like I said what I had to say over the phone to please the other people, other parties.
Right.
Right. And at that point, I absolutely stopped everything that I was doing.
Okay.
And I hadn't, and Baker can attest to this, like the old me prior to all of this, it would have already been done before Baker had time to catch up with me and arrest me for things later on.
Okay. Do you have any plans on getting tattoos removed?
Absolutely. I have talked with STG about it. They said that the Metro Gang Unit has a program once you get out on the streets, for funding.
Yes.
But yes, I do plan on getting all my gang tattoos removed and or covered up depending on the scarring after they're removed.
Okay.
Which I already have my brother that lives in Nephi. Him and his wife are looking into it for me so I could try to get it set up prior to being released.
Okay, good. I just asked because that big one on your neck is obviously very prominent.
Yes.
Could be painful and difficult to remove as well as painful and difficult to cover up.
Absolutely.
But I encourage you to do so if that's what you want. Tell me what you relapsed on.
At first I'd relapsed just on pills. And then I moved into the fentanyl pills and meth.
Okay.
And then I was arrested.
How often were you using?
Daily. Once I'd moved back to Salt Lake, the whole time that when I'd first gotten out, was in Salt Lake for a couple weeks to get all my stuff rounded up. Went back to Nephi. I had basically tried to stay out of the mix. And then once I knew I was going to be going back to Salt Lake, like I immediately started contacting people in Salt Lake.
Okay. How's your mental health?
I feel like it is fine. Obviously over the 10 years that I've spent here, I've been to Max and a lot of other places. Like I believe therapy throughout the program would be more beneficial to my sobriety and success than a lot of people like to put forth. So that's why I chose to go to Building Beginnings, because they offer a really good intensive outpatient. Then the GOP you have to complete after that, which is another 90 days. And then they offer aftercare and provide you still with sober living.
Okay.
For classes.
You ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
Just PTSD.
Okay. Do you take any medications?
No.
How's your physical health?
Great.
Okay. You plan on residing with your brother back in Nephi?
No, so I
that's right.
prefer
Building
to go to
Beginnings.
Building Beginnings. I want to graduate that. And able for me to move back into my brother's in Nephi, I have to complete the program. That is what he has asked.
Okay.
And he is successful. He has his own house, his family, works full time. But part of me being able to go back there, I need to complete some sort of programming.
Okay, good. And you said you could work with him, is that correct?
Yes, that is the ultimate goal once I move back to Nephi. He's just got his diesel mechanic business off the ground.
Okay.
And would appreciate my help throughout the summer.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Bohn, is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
Yeah, while I've been working at UCI, I went through the OSHA classes, got forklift certified. I'm also trying to learn all sorts of the MIG, TIG, and stick welding through the mechanics parts of the shop when I have time to utilize those tools when I get out as well.
Those are good tools to have. I always laugh. I don't ever tell people, but I do know how to weld. So it was one of the best college courses I ever took, was welding.
Yeah.
So. All right, Mr. Bohn, you know how this works is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week.
Okay.
Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. Okay. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It will be updated as soon as the decision is entered. Now, it could take a couple weeks, maybe more, based upon, Christmas is next week, New Year's is the week after.
Yes.
Depending on how much happens between now and then, it can delay a decision in your case, okay?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Baker.
Yep.
Thanks, Baker.
Thank you.
I think that's the first time I've conducted a hearing with him that he wasn't in Orange. Right. This is the time and place set for a pro violation hearing for SHILO Ruben Torres, offender number 181631. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Miguel Sosa from APNP on video. Can you see them both?
I can see them.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Sosa, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
I do.
Thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Torres, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
I have, yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I have.
Did you have a chance to speak with counsel on Monday?
I did.
All right. Okay. So, Kate, the board conducted a PD hearing back in July and continued it pending charges. Here's what I have. In case number 2419-06975, he pled guilty to tampering with a witness as a third-degree felony and DV assault with substantial bodily injury. He pled no contest as a Class A misdemeanor. Is that correct, Mr. Torres?
Yes, sir.
And then the court sentenced you to credit for time served and closed the case. And then in case number 2419-12421, there were 4 counts of violation of a pretrial protective order, all third-degree felonies, a tampering with a witness, a third-degree felony, and that case was dismissed with prejudice based on the state's motion. And then he does have one more case. It's case number 2414-07463 for property damage destruction as a Class B misdemeanor. Now, this one was filed in the Salt Lake City Justice Court. The most recent docket entry in there is an order from the court ordering the prosecution to file the probable cause statement within 60 days or the case will be dismissed. That was entered on December 2nd. November 29th. So that case is still pending. I don't know what it's about. Obviously, I'm not sure the court knows what it's about since they haven't received the probable cause statement. So with that, I will take judicial notice of his guilty plea and his no contest plea. I will amend allegation 5 from aggravated assault produce a loss of consciousness to assault with substantial bodily injury. And I will also amend allegation number 6 from assault of a pregnant person to tampering with a witness based on his pleas in case ending 6975. Are we okay with that, Kate and Agent Sosa?
Sure.
I'm good with it.
All right. With all of that, Kate, do you waive formal reading? Are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we'll waive formal reading, and we do have some pleas and some denials. We'll ask to deny 1 and 2 and strike them. No contest on 3 and 4, and those are the ones about treatment. He was in it when he was arrested, so couldn't complete because of the arrest.
Okay.
No contest or judicial on 5, a judicial notice on 5, and guilty or judicial notice on 6. And then we'd ask to strike and deny the others as it sounds like exchange for pleas.
All right. Is it all right if I say admit to 5 and no contest to 6?
Yes.
Or wait. No, you're right. No contest to 5 and
Yeah.
admit to 6.
No contest 5, yeah. And
Okay,
6.
that makes sense. I had them backwards. All right, Agent Sosa, what do you want to do with allegations 1 and 2 and then 7 through 14?
I'm all right with them being stricken.
All right. All right, Mr. Torres. Here's what I have. Ms. Conyers has indicated you are going to deny allegations 1 and 2, plead no contest allegations 3, 4, and 5, admit to allegation 6, deny allegations 7 through 14, and APMP has agreed to dismiss the allegations you have denied. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay, before I accept these pleas, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If I accept these pleas today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, I'll accept your pleas. Recommend the board revoke your January 23rd of 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thanks. What we're asking for here is, we are asking, he's been in custody for quite some time, so he is asking to be reinstated on parole just as soon as possible. Sounds like he has a job and an address that I believe has been approved.
Agent Sosa, what's your recommendation?
In light of the charges that he pled guilty and no contest, I say 365 and then parole.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Torres, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMP. Tell me what happened on this parole.
That was somebody I'm in a relationship with, that I'm still in a relationship with. We just had an argument that escalated into something bigger than it needed to be. Yeah, the cops were called and that's what happened with it. Like, yeah.
Okay. Did you use any controlled substances on this parole?
No, I did not.
Okay. Are you still gang affiliated?
I haven't been affiliated with any gang since 2009.
Okay. How's your mental health?
I'm doing okay. I'm pretty good mentally. I recently lost like some family. I don't understand the recommendation of a year or whatever. Like I could have spun off the wall and went self-destructed in a lot of different ways. I feel like I still like maintained and did what I was supposed to do. My only struggle was finding a job, and even then, like I worked through temporaries here and there. Yeah, I don't know. In the past, I've never really done parole or focused on like completing it, and I don't know if it's that I'm getting older or what exactly it is, or maybe I'm trying to grow up. But like I have a good thing going for me. Like I'm still in a relationship with the same person.
Okay.
Like and I have she's a good support system for me. We have a baby out there.
Mr. Torres, it's just a recommendation.
Yeah, well, I know. Like I just feel like I feel like this PO, like when I met him, like I felt like we had an understanding with things. Like I understand that he's a cop and he has to do his job, or he has like things he has to do, but it's yeah, I don't know. It kind of threw me off right there. Is all.
Okay.
I felt like he was one of the better like POs that I've had. Like I just don't understand that recommendation.
Well, I get your I guess
he's somebody I feel like I could work with, is what I'm trying to say. Like I felt like
what I don't want to happen, okay? Is I don't want his recommendation to feel like you can't work with him.
Right.
Okay, because it is just a recommendation. I can explain why he made that recommendation, and it was based upon your conviction for BB assault and tampering with witness. Okay, under the sentencing guidelines, those are what they call public safety exceptions.
Okay.
Okay, so I understand why he made that recommendation as far as legal issues go. Okay, if you want to know personally why you made that recommendation, write a letter to him, or once you're released, talk to him about it. Okay.
All right.
Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
Nope, never.
Do you take any medications?
Nope.
How's your physical health?
I'm physically able. I'm good.
Are you doing any programming right now?
Yes, I've completed programming on the tablets. I got some certificates from them, like for completing those. And I've completed 2 classes, Timeout for Men and Impact of Crime. And I'm also attending anger management right now.
Yes, okay. Yep, I do have that. You started anger management about 3 weeks ago?
Yep.
Yeah, all right. It looks like you had 1 disciplinary violation?
It was a violation that was overturned. Like, it was for a UA that I had, like, I had a medical card on the street. Like I did not use no substances like here.
Okay.
They fixed it. They corrected that.
Okay. What's your plans for release?
I have an address to go to. I have my brother's house and I have my girlfriend that I'm with now. She kind of uprooted herself and moved to Salt Lake to accommodate me or to help me. Cause I explained like with her, like with this PO or like in Salt Lake, like I've had a lot of POs in the past and I've never, I've had an authority problem, I should say, like in the past, my whole life I've had one. And this guy, like, when I met him, he just told me, pretty much how it is. And, that he's not gonna like pretty much like pressure me, but like, he's gonna hold me accountable. If I step out of line, like he'll let me know and, or just our conversations that we had, I feel like he's, reasonable, like I could work with them.
Okay.
And then, yeah, so she kind of uprooted and came here, and she just, she's kind of struggling right now, working and paying for everything by herself, the kids and everything.
Okay. What city
yes.
does your brother live in?
It's in Salt Lake.
Okay.
They're actually like not far away, like a couple blocks away.
Okay.
So my whole support system is like right there within blocks.
Okay. Here's what
I have
I'm
a
going to
job
tell you.
arranged. I also have a job like set up too. That was my problem last time getting out is I didn't have the people that I worked for, like they I couldn't locate like where they were or find their number or get a hold of them. And since I've been here, they contacted my mom and left information for me to get a hold of them.
Okay, what
so
type of employment is that?
That's through Wagner Glass, doing windows and frames in buildings. But I
Okay.
also have other options too right now. Doing maintenance at a campground and then at a store, Ashley's Furniture. I have a couple different options right now that are pretty much guaranteed, like I could get as soon as I'm out.
Okay. Okay. Here's what I want to let you know. Usually when you come back on DV allegations, the board orders no contact with the victim unless approved by APNP and a therapist.
Okay.
So here's what that entails, and this is why I want you to know, is because people hear no contact and their world falls apart. Right? The board says no contact unless approved by APNP and a domestic violence therapist. So what that means is that now you need to get a domestic violence evaluation, get into treatment. Okay? If you're doing well in treatment and you're doing well on parole, APNP can say, yes, you can have contact with your girlfriend. Okay? What that does is that prevents you from getting into another situation where an argument happens and now you're back here sitting down in Gunnison in front of the board. Okay? I understand it's not what you want to hear, but I want you to be prepared for that. I also want her to be prepared for that. Okay, if you do what you're supposed to do, then generally the board has no issues with you having contact with her. Okay?
Right. I just feel like that's my biggest support.
And
Like,
that's why the board understands that, right? And that's why they want you to get into treatment, because they want you to have that support from her and the additional support of treatment, okay?
Right.
So here's what I recommend to you. As soon as you get back to your housing unit, if you can, see if you can't find a domestic violence provider in Salt Lake. Reach out to them so that you can get your evaluation once you're released and get into treatment. Talk to APMP, because if APMP says, yes, you can have contact, then you can have contact, okay?
Right.
Okay. Do you have any questions about that, Mr. Torres? Like I said, I know it's not what you wanted to hear, but I think you need to know that before you're released.
Yeah. So is that what like the board is recommending, or is that?
I don't know.
Like,
Once
I don't
the
really
board makes
understand.
their decision, I mean, they may put that as part of a condition, they may not put that as part of a condition. Okay? I will say that the vast majority of the time, 95% plus, that's going to be a condition.
Okay.
Okay?
I think for my success, like if like they really want me to be successful, like I have everything, literally everything invested into this. My mom's dying, my mom's old, like I just lost my grandma, I just lost my uncle. You know, like I have a lot of reasons to like, you know, like I could self-destruct, like I don't want to do that. And I'm not saying I'm gonna do that. Like I just I don't have very much support, and what I do have, I'd like to keep.
I know, and the board wants you to have that support as well. Okay?
Right.
Okay? And that's why I'm telling you this now, so that it's not a surprise the week before you're supposed to be paroled and you see this on the parole agreement and you're like, what is this? Right? And then you get out and you violate parole because you contacted your girlfriend without permission. Okay? So keep in mind that you can get approval and take the steps necessary to get that approval. Okay?
And I do that through APNP and through
Yeah, and through your treatment provider. Do that through APNP and your treatment provider.
All right.
Okay? Is there anything else you'd like the board to know, Mr. Torres?
Also, I've been being charged restitution for it's something that the board sent to collections in 2022. In June of 2022, from my aggravated assaults that I'm on here, I was fined, charged restitution. It was sent to collections in 2022, and I'm still being charged for it. I don't know if there's anything, or I pretty much contacted everybody else. Like, I don't know how to go about that.
Okay. Did you contact what's called the Office of State Debt Collection?
I've wrote to them too. I have not gotten no response.
Okay. I don't have their phone number. Once you get back to your housing unit, talk to your case manager. If you don't hear anything, talk to APMP. They can give you phone numbers, case numbers, things like that, okay? Or you can write a letter to the board restitution specialist. She can direct you in a better direction, but usually once the board sends it to collections, it's the Office of State Debt Collection that is in charge of collecting it.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
All right. Here's what will happen going forward, Mr. Torres. I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered. Since Christmas is next week and then New Year's is the week after, it may take a couple weeks for the board to make a decision, okay?
All right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Torres.
Thank you.
Thanks, Miguel.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Brock Breck, Bull Creek, offender number 239828. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Partisan Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent James Proctor from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Put your hand down. For the record, Agent Proctor was sworn in at a previous hearing, and he is still under oath. Mr. Bull Creek, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to speak with counsel?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Kate, the board conducted a PD hearing back in September, continued it pending case number 241908200. In that case, he pled guilty to forgery as a Class A misdemeanor and possession of a controlled substance as a Class A misdemeanor. Interfering with a peace officer as a Class B misdemeanor was dismissed. So I will take judicial notice of those. The court sentenced him to credit for time served and closed the case. So I'll take judicial notice of those two convictions. I will amend allegation number 1 from fraudulent checks to forgery and attach his convictions to allegations 1 and 2. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we'll waive formal reading, and with the amendments or judicial on 1 and 2, we'll also admit those, and then admit number 3. We're asking to strike 4 and 5. It sounds like at least 5 was dismissed for plea, and it sounds like 4 wasn't charged, or we're asking to deny and strike 4 and 5.
Okay, Agent Proctor, what do you want to do with allegations 4 and 5?
I am fine with them being dismissed.
All right. Okay, Mr. Bull Creek, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to allegations 1, 2, and 3. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you and would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit allegations 1, 2, and 3 today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept your admissions, recommend the board revoke your June 4th, 2024 parole, and I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. What we're asking for is 180 days with credit for the about 5 months, the over 5 months. Now he's been in custody. He's asking for another opportunity of parole. These charges stemmed from a relapse, but he is willing to do the programming and knows what he needs to do to be successful. He also has an address that I believe is approved. So hoping for that opportunity.
All right, thank you. Agent Proctor, what's your recommendation?
Given the level of the charges he was found guilty on, 180 days, what I was going to recommend as well. So.
All right. All right, Mr. Bull Creek, we've heard from your attorney. We've heard from APMP. Tell me what happened on this parole.
I just started going off on the deep end and just started using, and I can't justify or make any excuses for my actions. I was trying to help somebody at a time of need, you know what I mean? And really what it came down to is I made a rash choice to really just break the law, you know what I mean, and try to make means happen, and it didn't work out, obviously. And if I could take it back, I would, just because the people that were there for me out there are kind of struggling right now, and me getting locked up didn't help it at all. It made it worse, you know what I mean? And not only for myself, but for others. And it kind of opened my eyes to a different type of aspect of how my actions affect, others around me. And I wasn't ever really kind of in tune to that. I was just more of like, if I get locked up, I get locked up type of deal. And, you know what I mean? I messed up, and I'm willing to take accountability for all my actions, and whatever happens after day happens, you know what I mean? And I just got to face it and get through this little speed bump.
Did you know the check was stolen?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What'd you relapse on?
Meth.
How often were you using?
For about like 2 weeks before I got arrested.
How much were you using?
A few grams a day.
Are you still gang affiliated?
I am.
Are you still active?
Yes, sir.
How's your mental health?
I'm not crazy, but I'm holding it together.
What's that? Holding it together?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been diagnosed with any issues?
Yeah, when I was a kid, like bipolar, depression, and like ADHD.
You take any medications?
I do not.
Okay. Why not?
I don't know. I back in the day when I used to take medication, I just felt I had more of like a dependency on it. And when I stopped taking it, it was kind of hard there for a little bit, and then finally got into it with reality and just kind of had to be more in control.
Okay. So you'd rather use meth than take prescribed medications?
No, but
okay. I'm just asking, right? I mean, because medications for ADHD are pretty similar to
yeah,
methamphetamine, but at least you won't be getting, fentanyl or dirt in them,
right.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Good.
And you're in Hickory, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you have what's called a severe management override while you're incarcerated, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why is that?
So I got overrid for just catching write-ups. The last time I was here in Gunnison, I had like 17 pending write-ups. And they were just for like out of bounds, tattooing and things like that. And then when I came back this time, I was only in POP for like 2 or 3 weeks. And then I caught 2 more write-ups. And Captain Kiesel, he told me, he was like, well, it looks like you're not really making any sort of like action to change or anything. And I was like, I told him, I was like, man, it's 2 out of bounds write-ups. It doesn't need to be that serious, but I see where he's coming from, you know what I mean? Just looking at the O track and all that, you know what I mean? But
right. Yeah, I mean, overall, if you look at them individually, they don't seem that severe.
Yeah.
But as you said, last time you had 17. This time you had 3 and 2 more pending, so 5 total.
Yeah.
Can you see where they're just like, we're tired of Mr. Bull Creek, let's lock him up and hold him there until he gets released?
Yeah, no, I see it as an overall picture. It doesn't paint a good image. I get that.
Okay. All right, what city do you plan on living in?
Mill Creek.
Okay. Who else lives there?
Kathy Slazeman.
Is that your friend?
Yeah, that's where I was at before.
Okay. Do you have employment lined up?
I have a couple of options, but nothing's really like solidified yet, just because I haven't ever worked there. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But I do have a couple job options.
What type of employment is that?
Well, one's at a bakery and it's felon friendly. I don't really know the name of it yet.
Bimbo
but
Bakery.
I think so. But
What's
it's
it
felon
called?
friendly.
Bimbo Bakery. It's where
Bimbo.
I'll have a lot of guys working at. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, it's a start. It's just somewhere to dip my feet in, but
It pays well.
Hey, if it's honest work, take it, right?
no more checks. You know what I mean?
That beats writing stolen checks, man. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, here's my concern, Mr. Bull Creek. is you wrote a letter to the board, in which you wrote that you were, quote, mentally in a more mature spot and ready to change.
Yeah.
Okay. Those were your words. That's what you wrote to the board. I noted that since you've come back, you do have 3 disciplinary violations and 2 pending. One of them that is still pending involved you and another offender refusing to rack in, and officers were forced to use less lethal weapons, the beanbag gun as well as pepper ball.
That's right.
After you basically barricaded yourself under some stairs, and that's what they had to do to secure the section, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Most likely what the board is going to do is if they grant a release date, they will most likely say this release date is contingent upon no more disciplinary violations. Okay? I want to make that perfectly clear to you, because here's what I don't want to happen is I don't want the board to give you a release date and you think you're in the clear, and so you refuse to rack in, or you're in somebody else's house that you're not supposed to be in, or as you and I both agree individually, they don't seem too serious. But if your behavior continues, well, or you're negatively impacting the correctional facility, the board is going to say, Mr. Bull Creek, we're not going to let you out again. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bull Creek, here's what will happen going forward is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered. Okay, it can take a few weeks for the board to make a decision because Christmas is next week and then New Year's is the week after. So it might take a little bit of delay to make a decision, okay? All right, thank you, Mr. Bull Creek. We'll conclude this hearing.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Good. Time and place set for parole violation hearing for Nicholas John Vandermaiden, offender number 227084. Is that you, sir?
That is correct. That's me.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent James Proctor from APMP on video. Can you see them both? All right, I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I swear.
All right, thank you. For the record, Agent Proctor was sworn in at a previous hearing. He is still under oath.
Okay,
Mr. Vandermaiden, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with counsel?
I did.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Kate, the board conducted a PV hearing back in October and continued it pending case number 241912000. And in that case, it looks like he pled guilty to retail theft as a Class A misdemeanor. The court sentenced him to credit for time served, close the case, and then failed to stop in command of law enforcement. A Class A misdemeanor was dismissed. So I will amend allegation number 1 from robbery to retail theft and take judicial notice of that conviction. Do you wait for my reading, and are there any motions or pleas? You're on mute, Kate. If she's still with us. All right, Sergeant Scott, can we go off the record for a second until we can get Ms. Conyers back? Oh, there she is. Wait. We still can't hear you, Kate. I don't know if we're, there we go. Nope, never mind. Now we can't hear you again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm so sorry. My program keeps crashing. Yes,
Okay, hang
so
on.
we
Before
would,
we do this, let's make sure, Sergeant Scott, are we still on the record?
okay.
You're on. All right. Okay,
Perfect.
go ahead, Kate.
Thank you. Yes, so we'll waive reading of the allegations and yes, if we could amend number 1 as stated to the retail theft as a Class A misdemeanor charge. And then with that, we would admit.
All right. We
Thank
can
you.
do that. Mr. Vandermaiden, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to this allegation today. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Before I accept your admission, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to this allegation today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, I understand.
Thank you. I'll accept your admission to the allegation. Recommend the board revoke your February 27th, 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. He was doing fairly well at Fortitude, but left too soon. And then he was also laid off and couldn't pay his rent. So it was some problems that kind of led to what happened here. He is asking for an immediate release and another attempt at parole, and he'd like to return to Fortitude. And his plan is to work and save up so that he can get his own place. So that's our request.
Yeah, just to add to that, I stayed for about 4 months before I got my apartment, but I was only working for the last about 2.5, so I really didn't have like a good enough cushion or nest egg.
Okay.
So I'm planning on staying 10, 12 months. I mean, I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna rush out of there as soon as I can. So I want stability and I want nest egg. I don't want to break any more laws. I'm over it all. I just want to be a regular member of society, and I learned my lesson for my first parole. So the second one will be quite different.
All right. Agent Proctor, what's your recommendation?
For Sergeant Roberts took over this case, his recommendation is 1 year before he's being reconsidered for parole. And that is the only recommendation he has on there. Reasoning for it is due to the threat that was listed in the PC statement towards the loss prevention officer.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Vandermaiden. Were you under the influence of any controlled substances when you committed this new offense?
No, I was not.
Okay.
And I just want to so everybody has all the info. When I was doing my dumb act and I was walking out of the Target, the loss prevention guy just said, you need to come with me, and I said no, I don't, and please don't touch me or I'll touch you. Like, I didn't threaten him. Like I mean, I shouldn't have even said that, but
Okay.
it's not like I was gonna hurt the guy or anything. Yeah, it was dumb. I shouldn't, like I said, I shouldn't have done it, but I was just in a desperate attempt to try and come up with my rent so I didn't get evicted. But if you do let me out, I'll be staying at Fortitude much longer, and nothing like that will happen again.
Okay. Did you use any controlled substances on this parole?
Not while I was at Fortitude, no. I did use heroin one time when I lost my job and I was stressing one time, and I admitted that to Agent Mickelson, my APMP officer, when I went and checked in. And then like a couple days later, is when everything happened.
Okay. How's your mental health?
It's very good.
You ever been diagnosed with any issues?
After my brother died of cancer, I was diagnosed with depression back in like 2004.
Do you take any medications?
Yes, I take an antidepressant called mirtazapine.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Fairly good. Good.
Are you doing any programming right now?
I signed up for a self-esteem class, but they were full, so I didn't get to do it, but I am in piano just to, do something.
Okay. Do you have any plans for employment?
Yes, I'm a certified flagger. I was gonna do that. There's a place right down the street from Fortitude where I've gone many times, and so I was planning on doing that while I look for like a permanent job, because that's like day labor stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna do that right away, and then also find steady employment.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
Yeah, just I regret what I did, and I'm sorry for it. I've definitely learned my lesson, and if you give me the chance to go out, I'd like to show society in general, APP, everybody, just that I've learned my lesson and I know what to do.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Vanderbrand, here's what will happen going forward. I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through email. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay.
All right. Christmas is next week, New Year's is the week after that, so it could take a few weeks for the board to make a decision.
Okay, so do I get to learn today, like what your recommendation is, or do I just wait?
No, you just wait. What I do is I take Ms. Conyers' recommendation, Agent Proctor's recommendation. I'll submit it to the board. I'll make a recommendation. I don't know what my recommendation is going to be yet. I'll go back over our hearing and my report, and then I'll make a recommendation, but I don't have one just yet, okay?
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering because there are two pretty big gap in between them.
There are, and sometimes there are in these hearings, but the one thing I always say is that they are just recommendations. The board is not required to agree with either one of them. They can if they want to, but they're not required to choose one or the other, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vanderbrand. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day, and Merry Christmas.
See you. Merry Christmas. Thanks, Proctor.
Yep, see ya.
Violation hearing for Colton Patrick Olson, vendor number 219479. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Russell Adams from APNP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Adams, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Olson, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with counsel on Monday?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Kate, Mr. Olson does have 2 pending cases. The first one is 241600268. He's been charged with distribution of a controlled substance in a drug-free zone. It's a second-degree felony. Date of offense was January 5th of 2024. This case is set for a preliminary hearing on January 8th of 2025. This case was originally filed as case number 241600084, but was dismissed without prejudice and then refiled.
Yeah.
It's not related to any parole violations, but it was addressed or attempted to be addressed in a rescission hearing way back in March before he was paroled. And then the second case is case number 241701949. In that he's been charged with failure to stop at command of law enforcement as a Class A misdemeanor and possession of drug paraphernalia as a Class B misdemeanor. This case is set for arraignment on December 19th of 2024. So with that, do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we'll waive any formal reading, and then we'll enter denials at this time and make a motion to continue. 90 days is probably appropriate so that both of these can be resolved.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Olson, here's what I'll do is I'll enter denials to all of the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PB paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow the board for these charges to be resolved. Once these charges are resolved, will you please write a letter to the board letting them know they've been resolved, and then we'll get you back on the calendar as soon as possible, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, do you have any questions for me, sir?
No, I do not.
Okay, with that, we'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck,
Thanks,
Mr.
Russell.
Olson. Thanks, guys.
Number 44614, is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us,
sir.
your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Crystal Julius from AT&T on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Julius, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Walker, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with counsel?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. Okay, so it looks like Kate, Mr. Walker does have a pending case. It's case number 2418-00529 for escape as a third-degree felony. Date of offense was October 3rd of 2024. This case is set for a waiver hearing on January 8th of 2025. So with that, can you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we'll waive formal reading at this time and we'll enter a denial. And we will ask to set this over for 90 days. And then obviously if it gets resolved before that, we can come back here.
All right, okay. Agent Julius, I do have a question for you because in the warrant request, APMP wrote that local law enforcement is also investigating Mr. Walker for rape, aggravated kidnapping, and possession of a firearm by a restricted person. Do we know what is going on with that?
No, sir. We are not aware of how far along that's coming along.
Okay. Will you please keep the board apprised of any progress in that investigation?
Yes, sir.
Because obviously, those are pretty serious charges. The board's going to want to know, even if the board asks and APMP's response is, we've reached out to the investigating agency and they haven't replied to us, the board would like to know that.
Yes,
Okay.
sir, we'll do that.
All right, Mr. Walker, here's what'll happen, is I will enter denials to all of the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way for them to allow this court case to proceed and be resolved. Once this case is resolved, will you please write a letter to the board letting them know that it has been resolved, and we'll get you back on the calendar as soon as possible, okay?
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Walker. We will conclude this hearing. Thank you, Agent Julius.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for pro violation hearing for Douglas Adam Maddox, offender number 182752. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Sean Costin from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Costin, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Maddox, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a chance to speak with counsel?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay, so Kate, Mr. Maddox, he had one pending case, but it's been resolved. It was case number 2419-13259 for burglary of vehicles, Class A misdemeanor. pled no contest to that, and the court sentenced him to credit for time served. He does have another pending case. It's case number 241500640 for theft receiving value greater than $5,000 as a second-degree felony. Failure to respond to officer signal and stop, third-degree felony, aggravated assault, third-degree felony, reckless endangerment, Class A misdemeanor, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor, and open container drinking alcohol in a vehicle is a Class C misdemeanor. Date of offense was October 15th of 2024. This case is set for a preliminary hearing on January 8th of 2025. So do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we'll waive reading at this time. We'll enter denials. We'll make a motion to continue for 90 days. Of course, if it gets resolved sooner, we can hear it sooner than that, but that would be our motion at this time.
Okay. All right, so I will take judicial notice of that one conviction. Mr. Maddox, here's what we'll do is we will enter denials to all of the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way for the board to track this pending case and allow this case to be resolved. Once this case is resolved, will you please write a letter to the board, letting them know that it has been resolved, and we will get you back on the calendar as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions for me, Mr. Maddox?
I had one question. So I was trying to, cause I'm gonna be doing at least 18 months in here. Probably just based off my parole violation. I was wondering, is there any way, cause I'm trying to get all as much mental health programming done and drug programming done as I can, just so I can get all the help that I can while I'm in here. Is there any way you guys can make it so that I'm contingent now on a residential program, or will I have to wait till?
Usually the board doesn't place any contingencies until you get a parole date or a release date, then they'll make a contingency. With the PV paper review, usually those have such a quick turnaround time that the board won't place that expectation just yet. I will note your request for that and see if the board goes along with it.
Okay.
I'm not sure they will with this pending case, okay?
Yes, sir.
Because who knows how this pending case is gonna be resolved? I don't know, the board doesn't know.
Okay.
And in reality, your attorney, the prosecutor won't know until it's actually resolved.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, sir. I appreciate it. And if you could put that as a note in there, I would greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right, so with that, Mr. Maddox is all type of my report, and I'll just submit it to the board this week. It'll be a PV paper review with this pending case. Like I said, once the case is resolved, write a letter to the board, and then we'll get you back on the calendar, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Mr. Maddox. We'll conclude this hearing.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Sean.